Good morning. I think it's me, myself, and I. Hopefully you guys are having a good Monday morning. And today I am going to be stitching out. Oh, there is somebody. It's me and Lita today. Good morning, Lita. I'm going to be stitching out Let It Snow. I stitched, I did sew yesterday, and I ended up spending so much time on working on. Oh, Mary's here, and so is Margie. Hello, ladies. So I almost finished. I still didn't. I don't know why I'm so slow. It took me forever, but I almost finished my Sweetheart Street, and I bet you guys are like, that's so like last month. Yeah, not for me. I'm still working on getting it done. So this is what I was working on yesterday. And so I didn't get my prep done for this. So, and then Patrick last night, I was like, oh, I'm going to prep for that. And he was like, let's just go to bed. And I said, yes. So I'm still prepping for this. And you can treat this like I mean, I know I didn't even send out a note yesterday. I didn't send a note. I didn't tell you what I was going to start with. I figured, you know what? It's just a sew along, and I thought you guys could jump in wherever you want. I did start cutting this morning. I got up. Oh, good. Lita, you haven't started yet? Then you're not far behind me. So, this is all I had time for. I woke up this morning, and I couldn't fall back asleep. I was exhausted. I miss the days. I miss those days when I was like in college and I could just sleep all day and not wake up and not have to go to the bathroom. And I miss that. So I woke up at 5:09 and then I couldn't fall back asleep. And then I finally fell back asleep. And then Patrick's like, you gotta get up. You have so long. And I was like, I gotta prep. So here we are having a loosey-goosey kind of day where you can work on anything you want to work on. I originally had this scheduled for all day, but we've had such horrible issues with FedEx. And everything that I was supposed to get last Tuesday and Wednesday is finally arriving today. So I'm going to go to this store at some point because I'm trying to get everyone their mistletoe stuff that I was hoping to have sent out last week. So I'm cut. My pieces are cut. I'm going to go ahead and now I'm going to put backing on the ones that need backing. So let me go ahead and do that. And you guys can just stitch with me. Congratulations, Lita. New grandson. That's so exciting. I keep telling Violet I'm ready for grandkids and she keeps going, but I'm only 20. I don't have a husband. I'm like, it's okay. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding, not kidding. Okay. Yeah, I'm a very different parent than my I think I would have, yeah. That would not have gone over in my household. So background pieces. I'm pretty sure all these big ones are background pieces, but I'm going to go ahead and pull out all the background pieces. Do you need to come volunteer? Miss Stephanie, what are you working on? Did you stitch this weekend or this week? Hopefully everyone had a great Christmas. These are all of my... Wait, what's this? Ah! This is wrong! I should have 10.5 by 8.5, 10.5 by 6.5. Oh my goodness. I don't think I have another piece of fabric that's going to work for that. I do not. This is all I have. And this isn't going to work. This has to be, oh wait, no. Oh, you know what? I think I can make it work. Because you know how the background pieces are, right? I cut this 10.5 by 8.5. You usually have about 1.5 inches all the way around. I think this one is just going to work. How did that happen? What happened there? Oh, I love hooded towels. That's like one of the classes I want to do is hooded towels. I can't remember the place I got my designs. Okay, I am going to, this is how you make lemonade from lemons. That's called not enough sleep. It's vacation, right? I was supposed to get tons of sleep and be well rested and come back to you just like, but I don't know. Maybe that's not happening. Da 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 da. Okay, we'll just go this way. That makes me sad. I did 8.5. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, I had plenty of fabric to make that work, but all right, that's just, wait, what's this? This is it. That's my other piece. This is an imposter. Let's get him out of there. Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right. So I'm putting backing SF 101 on all of my background pieces to beef them up. Beef them up, guys. What's everyone working on today? Oh my goodness. We made such cute, and they're such great presents. We'll have to do a class. I think the last time we did like bunny, we did it around Easter time. And we did like bunnies and I can't remember what else I did. It's something super cute. But I just know that for me as a new mom, which I'm not anymore, hooded towels, those were like the best. They were like one of my favorite things that I had for our kids. So, yeah, we should do that. Can you use something else? I don't know what SF 151 is. This is SF 101. I don't know what 151 is. Is that some special secret ingredient I don't know about? Okay. Let's see what are their background pieces. Background pieces and applique pieces that are light. So background, background, background. We just did that. White on white. We need Snowman. I'm just going to put SF 101 on that because you know the Snowman's light. And are we going to do scan and cut too? I'm just taking my time today. And we're just going to do whatever I want to do. In whatever order I want to do it. Do you like that? See, it's on this fabric, so I'm guessing they're gonna say wrong side of all fabrics. Yes. It's all about me day. This one, and this one. And with white fabric, you got to be careful. Even a white thread is going to shadow through. And you also want to make sure you have right side up, which I struggle with as well. There we go. And I'm going to give these a final press. I usually leave more space. I think I was getting confused thinking that I was doing heat and bond. Here we go. See all these scraggly threads? You want those out of the way. Where are my dogs? Hang on, let me let them in. It's so cold outside. Mama, puppy. There you are. We've literally been battling with FedEx because they have decided, for some reason, that we are a school. And so they didn't want to deliver any of our stuff. They're like, oh, your stuff will get there on the 6th of January. And we're like, wait a minute. You know how hard it is to like straighten stuff like that out? It's like difficult. So, yeah, I'm trying to see if this will fit in better. When they decide that you are not a business. Okay, pinwheels. So, what are these? These are my 3x5s. Should I, you know what? I'm not going to SF101 these because I'm just going to make sure I put this a little bit over the edge. I just don't like when it's a pieced block. I don't like SF101ing because it's just stiff unless they tell me to. Let's go through it. Whoop. Susan, what was wrong? Were you sick? I'm trying to look at your comments. Susan. Oh my God. I love getting COVID over Christmas. Just kidding. I've had COVID twice and it was over Christmas. Actually, I've had it 3 times. I got it once when I was coming back from Korea. That was no fun, flying with it. And, I was like, oh my God, I think I'm getting sick. And by the time I got in, and last thing you want to do is be sick next to somebody. I was so worried I was going to, give it to them too. I, bundled up and just try to stay as still as possible. And when I got in, I went straight to Sage's house because she lives in the Bay and I had left my car there. And I was like, God, I feel awful. And I got to her place and she's like, do you have COVID? And I was like, I don't know. I don't think so. And I tested and it was immediately turned positive, my test. And then she was like, just stay. And I was like, I didn't want to get them sick either. So I drove home and it's a 3.5-hour drive. And I can't remember. I can't even believe I did that drive. These are all super light colored. Da 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 da. Trying to, what are these pieces? What are these? Okay, let's go ahead and put these down for now. Trying to get down closer. But that was that trip to Korea was the first one that I did that I hadn't been forever. And this is a background piece. I'm going to go over the edge. So I don't worry if I go over the edge like this because you have all that room. Six and a half. Both of those are background pieces. I know. I'm a little slow this morning. I feel like I'm not really firing on all cylinders. Okay. And if you have a little spot right here, that's a 1/4 of an inch, I'm going to use a pressing sheet so that I don't get adhesive on my iron. That was when I went to Korea. It was right after I kind of completed treatment, and I had not been out in like the general public in like a year and a half. And so I was in Seoul and I was like riding the subway and in like busy malls and like on a different continent. So I gotta find something to put down here. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. I'm going to grab all the pieces because I'm not doing that. Let it snow. Iron to the wrong side of the background fabric, so that piece right there. And then we already did the grays. Both of those are down. Background fabric. I'm just reading through the book. I didn't even make you a spreadsheet. No spreadsheet. Hi, Sharon. I got your note. I was looking at your order last night. About SA 135, so I'll check on that for you. Wrong side of both fabrics, so that's going to be this fabric and the cup, which is 2.5 by 3.5. 2.5 by 3.5. I went through some orders last night. I was just kind of picking pieces and throwing them down. That was the wrong idea. So now I'm going and doing it the real way. Okay, 6.5 by 8.5. That's down. And then both fabrics, the mittens. The mittens is this like honeycomb fabric. I call it honeycomb. 4 by 4.5. Did you finally get your package, Betty? Hopefully you've gotten it. And then I did the snowman. So here it wants iron to the wrong side of all fabrics. So we have the background, down, snowman, head, done, hat, 1, all fabrics. Let me grab them all. There's like a lot of itty bitties. Oh, maybe I didn't do this one yet. This is right side. And we're going to do head, hat, 1, 4 by 2.5. This one. Actually, that looks like 4 by 2. 4.5 by 2.5. Okay. This is probably top. 4 by 2.5. That looks like... I don't know what part is his hat. I'm going to put that one down. And then we need this up and down. And we need a little bit of the purple flower. That doesn't look like that either. All right. Does that one look like that? Snowman, part A, hat, part 3, 4.5 by 2.5 in the purple. Okay, those two. Oh, here it is. Okay, much better. And then the other hat pieces. Let me make sure I pulled the right ones. And I always like to have a ruler. Here we go. Coffee will make it all better. Coffee makes it better. Hat. 4 by 2.5 of this. This looks like 4 by 2.5. 4 and 2.5. That is right. This one, there's only one piece, so it's got to be that one. And this one, 5 by 2. That's all right. Okay, that's all the hat. Got it. He's so cute. Whoa, that reminds me. We're going to do our snowflakes first. Snowflakes first. We're going to do the freestanding lace first. Grands are here. Grands. You guys keep reminding me I want to be a grand. Okay, background, snowman middle, wrong side of all fabrics. That's like a huge, I just want to, is that like crazy? I always tell myself I just want to live long enough to have grandkids. Wrong side of all fabrics. Wrong side of all fabrics. And then, okay, iron to the wrong side of all piece 1 fabrics. And piece 1, that's those snowflake ones. So they want you to put on the back of all of these. I'm going to go ahead and do that. They're 3x3s. They're going to be these. And you should have 4 of them. So 1. Oh, actually make 4 blocks. So you should have way more than that. Let's look at the picture. You're going to have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 3x3s. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have an extra one. I don't know what it goes to. We'll figure it out later. And then fabric 2, we don't have to worry about that. That's all of these little itty bitties. Hopefully you have a stripology ruler and you cut those with the stripology. Honestly, when I see cuts like this, I get almost excited. I'm like, ooh, that's going to be so perfect to do with my stripology ruler. And I get all excited. Shirley, I hope, I'm praying that it happens by the time I'm 64. Because, you know, kids these days, including me, Patrick and I got married when I was 29, and took us 5 years to get pregnant. Thanks to our fertility doctor and frozen embryo transfer procedure, we were lucky. Okay, iron to the wrong side of all pinwheel 1, fabric 1 pieces. Pinwheel 1, fabric 1 pieces. Pinwheel 1. That's going to be these, I'm sure. To all pinwheel 1, fabric 1 pieces. Okay, so that is going to be all of these fabrics, which look like this. No, 3x5s. Sorry, it's not that. It's these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're just going to do it. And then it looks like the blue fabric. These. 4 of these. So I was 34, and I always tell Violet, I go, oh my God, if you wait until I waited and you're 34, there's nothing wrong with 68, but I prefer maybe 59. I want to be a young grandmother. And I also told her, if you wait and I'm really old, I might be tired and I might not be a great grandmother. Iron to the wrong side of all pinwheel 1. So she's prepared. She's prepared. Brown felt. Wash away. Ooh, we should maybe... No, I'm going to do that later. Lace. Wash away. And finish the pillow. Okay. That's it. What about these? This looks like this should have SF101 too, because it's so light. Don't you think? What's the background for that? Those are just filler blocks? Or that's the, that's this right here. I guess this is gonna just go on, batting. Okay, so I'm not gonna do it. It doesn't say to. Wrong side of all pinwheel 1. No mention of pinwheel 2. Okay, so I'm going to pull these aside. These go with these. What about this? Did I just cut extra of those by accident? And what about this? I think this is a snowman. That is. All right. What's this? What about that? Four 3x3s. Oh, I think I cut extra of those. Okay. 4 3x5s. These are extra. That was an oopsie. And then none of that. Okay. We're just going to put the rest of this to the side. This is... That's for filler block. All right. These are my pieces. I'm going to put SF101 on the rest of these. Dun, dun. Grab this. Move this. Mom room's a mess. I was trying to decide after I work on this today, I was trying to decide like what else am I going to do today? Because I was like, I need to work on Vile Toadstools. I was working at the store a lot this week, so or the very beginning of the break. So I haven't, of course, I never get as much sewing done as I want to get done. It's very sad. I'm gonna do these. They're kind of on the edge and near the selvage, but I think it'll be fine. I'll just make sure when I place it that I place it well. There's so much extra fabric, I feel like, with the pinwheels or with the piece blocks. There's got to be a perfect piece for right here. There we go. That's good enough. I need to find something that's perfect in there. Sorry. We had one Christmas. Did everyone have a great Christmas? We had like one of the best Christmas ever. It was just super fun and relaxing. Oh God, I think I put my iron down on this SF101 here on the bottom. Okay, I'm gonna have to clean that off. So it was just really relaxing. We did Christmas Eve with my mother-in-law and just our family and Tom, Patrick's stepdad. And then Christmas Day, we spent that with, we have a family that we're really close with. We call them the Reno cousins. And so it's so nice. I'm sure you guys experience this when you're just watching the kids grow up with these friends and watching them all get older together and that they're all their own little people now, little adults. So, and you know, Kai said, well, I think part of the reason why I felt like Christmas was so great this year is because Kai said so. He was like, that was one of my favorite Christmas days ever. Everything was just so nice. And like, that just, you know, when your kids are happy, you're happy. And then Violet left the day after Christmas. She called us yesterday and she's up in Seattle with her boyfriend. I think they've just been having a super nice time together. Let's just put these up here. Oh, okay. Do you want to see? Hang on. Oh, God, it's so messy, but I'm going to show you anyways. So this is, there's my Scanna cat. I just literally put him all over the place. I actually called a lady today because she's selling like a table, and I was like, maybe I should get that because it rolls. So this is just like a cheapy tabletop that I bought at IKEA and I bought the legs here to support it. And it only has legs in the front because that's just one of those cheapy IKEA, the shelves, and I just turned it on the side and then put the tabletop on top with two legs, and that's cheapy IKEA as well. And then but that tabletop is really long, and I bought that's a gypsy quilter wool mat, and I want to say it's 6 feet long. So I absolutely love it. I was looking at it going, I feel like I need to take the wool mat and flip it over. Like I've had the wool mat probably, I don't know, it's been like 5 years or something since I moved in this house. So it's been 6 years. And it's kind of icky right now. And I keep thinking I should flip the mat over just to, have it not be so gross. But yeah, I love IKEA. I remember the first time I went to IKEA where was it? Was it like, did I go to Philadelphia? I can't remember. Da, 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 da. Prince Charming has awoken. Kai Mulligan. I can hear him. Dogs are excited. Oh my God. That is the love of their life. Sorry, I should shut my door. They're obviously excited. If Momo could talk, he'd be like, oh my God, brother, you're up. I love you. I missed you so much. I almost didn't survive. That's what he would be saying right now. We got home the other day, and like my dogs, they love me and Patrick, but they ran right by us. They could not have cared less. They ran straight to brother as though we didn't even exist. We were like, oh my God, hi, babies. And they just ran right by us. I was like, oh, okay. See how it is. But I don't care. I love it. I love that. They love him so much. Yeah, but right now, I mean, Betty, you have like, that's the one. We don't have a IKEA store here. I have to go, if I want to go to IKEA, I have to go to Sacramento. That's where you are. Right? Dun, 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 dun. Okay, that's the best I could do. That's fine. Leave a little spot there. Guess we could do this. All right, don't want this. There's little gaps here. We don't want the SF101 to stick. And then I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it in my heat press. So Which reminds me, let me go ahead and turn that on right now. I think I need to get that table because that table, I can put my heat press on it and I can put the heat press and I can put my Scan-A-Cut because right now my Scan-A-Cut goes all over the room. And those deserve to be treated like a little better than just like throwing it on the floor. You guys know all my dirty secrets. I don't hide anything from you. So I recorded yesterday, I recorded the Sweetheart Street and I recorded the borders doing them. I just wasn't very successful. I don't know if you guys watched Becky Thompson's video where she did continuous borders and she used the magnets and I tried and then I didn't do a great job. There's a lot of fails. And like at one point I was ready to stitch and like the fabric was hanging over because you know it was continuous border. And then Poppy stepped on it and then it pulled it out of the hoop. Then I had to rehoop and then I couldn't keep track of the lines. It was a hot mess. I'm like, how am I going to post this? You guys are going to think I did nothing. All right. Let me go ahead and cut these out, and then we're going to put them in the heat press. So I don't iron them down perfectly the first time around. I will do that later. I'll leave that up to the heat press. And I think I would use my heat press more if it was like easily accessible. And then my Scan-A-Cut, I could use that more. You know when you don't have like when your stuff isn't like set up optimally, how it's harder to use it. Like my first sewing area, I literally this IKEA table, the one that's under here, that used to be my sewing table. So I know some of you might have, sewing rooms where you're like, oh my God, my sewing room is so sucky. That's how mine was. I had my IKEA table was my sewing table. And because I didn't have like an amazing big machine, I had like a Allure, my first machine, which was great. Don't get me wrong. I had it for a couple of years before I upgraded. But, and I had to turn my legs sideways because they didn't fit under the table because there was no under the table. It was just it's not even a table. It's a sewing cabinet, right? I mean, just a bookcase. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put this, I'm going to cut this stuff off right here so it doesn't get stuck down. And I will use, what was I going to use? Butcher paper. I'm going to use butcher paper. Michelle told me to get a roll of butcher paper. I was like, oh, that's a great idea. Because butcher paper is cheap and you can just like cut off pieces and throw it away. And I use it when I'm like, when I spray my, layer my quilts. Yeah, I actually worked on wallflower too. One of my wallflower quilts. I will have some show and tell for you. So, anyways, so I was telling you how I had such a crappy sewing area and like how demotivating it can be sometimes. Because I had like stuff downstairs and I had stuff. I ironed. I literally would be ironing in the bathroom across the hall. And I would cut on the floor in the hallway outside because the sewing room was really the guest room. So I'm going to cut this out too here. Sewing room was the guest room. And then to upgrade, I bought one of those utility shelves at Costco. And that became my... I set up one of the shelves so it was desk height. And so I could put my legs under there and it was bigger for sure. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and press this in my heat press just like this. Oh, you know what? I'm like a one-trick pony. I don't know how to use anything the way it's supposed to use. Did you post the... Wanda! Okay, I kind of don't want to post it because I'm embarrassed. Hang on, I'm looking for my picture paper. I'm embarrassed to post it. If I post it and then, you know what? Like people that don't know me, because you guys know, you guys are so good to me. But people that don't know me are going to be like, this is the worst video I've ever seen in my life. Even you guys that do know me are probably going to think that. You're going to be like, what was wrong with Jeannie? This video is awful. Okay. I'm just going to use my butcher paper. So if there's anything ick. There we go. We're just going to press it along. So, you know what I would do if you, I did the borders and I did them. I'm just thinking that maybe you should watch the video from Hopping Down the Bunny Trail. The only thing I would have done different in Hopping Down the Bunny Trail is I did them, well, yeah, I loaded them at the same time, but so I'm just trying, I'm thinking. Yeah, I would just have done it the way I did it with like Hopping Down the Bunny Trail. I had issues with my magnets. I don't think my magnets were strong enough because when it was going through all the layers and, yeah, I had issues with Poppy stepping on my fabric and then it just like, then we were all out of alignment. And then it was me. I like sat on the fabric. So I had to rehoop again. And then I couldn't figure out which line was which line. Wanda, do you really want to see that? You might be like, I'm confused. I do my videos to help you. And so I don't know if it's going to be a help. I might have to edit some stuff out. I actually loaded it. And then I asked Patrick, I was like, can we cut some things out of this? So he was like, yes. So that's why it's not up. I'm getting the hang of it, of this heat press. I love this heat press. I absolutely love this heat press. I also have my HTV run. What I love about this is that the whole thing comes up. This to me would be like the dream. I wish I could take this heat press and my HTV round heat press and that they could have a baby. Because, what is this sticking to? I think I got some SF101 on this. This might have to go in the trash. I'm going to a different part. I wish this was 15 by 15. But I love the way the lid comes all the way up. It's so nice. I didn't even know that Cricut made heat presses and stuff. I think they make like nice stuff. Lita, is this the one you have? And this to me is so much faster, so much better. I feel like everything is adhered so much better than when I would iron it all on there. So I do a quick iron and then I take it over here and do the heat press. And I would love to do other stuff. At some point, I would love to do like HTV and all that other stuff like Michelle does. Have you guys seen all the stuff Michelle's been posting? It's been so fantastic. All right, that's it. I'm going to shut it off, and I'm going to slide it over to the side. And now I have to go ahead and cut this all apart. So it's not a lot. I might just stay right over here and do it. Rotary cutter, blade, oh my God, I love that. I mean, I just, in general, because there's so many heat presses out there, right? Oh, look at that. Do you see that? Oh my goodness. I think it's going to be okay. We'll just not use that corner, obviously. Okay, let's go ahead, be more careful. Make sure it's not folded under. Nothing underneath. Sometimes I'll just free cut. Yeah, without but I find I can go faster with a ruler. But haste makes waste. Patrick's at the store, and I'm just praying that we actually can get our stuff today. What temperature and time for the heat press? Okay. I mean, I think it's going to be different for everyone, but what I do is I do 320 for 20 seconds. But I know other people do different stuff. I think it was like, maybe that was like on the high end, but I was like, I'd rather do it for longer. And I'm one of those people that probably presses more than I should. So, yeah, I do 320 and 20 seconds. And I was thinking we should create like a cheat sheet, right? That we should create a cheat sheet for all our fusibles. And I think on the Cricut site they had recommendations. But I mean, I've just been doing 320 for 20 seconds and it works perfectly. So that's what I've been doing. Did you guys see Michelle's zippy bags? They were so cute. And then she did them clear in the front. And then she made them rounded and put binding around the edges. I was like, oh man, that is adorable. I don't know. Maybe we can get her to do a little sew along like that. Because they were so cute. So I was thinking tonight I could work on vial toadstools because I'm dying to do that. It'll be an IQ designer class, but I also want to do, I'm going to do edge to edge on those zippy bags. I got to do one. It's been a little hot minute since I've done edge to edge, but I've done so much edge to edge with the Amelie Scott designs. I feel like I could do it in my sleep, but I want to do it with your some built-in designs. There's that. So I don't know if you guys have even seen it on like the Avenir and the Luminaire. There's a all over sewing edge to edge design, and I thought we could do that. And if you don't have that, then you could do a different, if we did 9.5 by 14 hoop, that would work out with a lot of people. Although I've done a lot of edge to edge with an 8 by 12 hoop too. The first time, that's kind of a funny story. The first time I ever did edge to edge, we were still Baby Lock dealers at the time, and I love the dealer training. So once a year, you would go out and do dealer training when they did their product launch. And then you can sign up for all the different classes. This is when Patrick and I first bought the store, and I really didn't know anything about quilting. I still don't know a ton about quilting. So they were offering edge-to-edge quilting, and I signed up for it. And I walked in thinking I was going to be doing, like free motion quilting. And I was so shocked and surprised when we got on embroidery machines. I was like, what? And I loved it. It was so much fun. But we used a 6x10 hoop. You just can't cover as much ground. You could 6x10 edge to edge anything, but it's just going to take a lot longer. It's like moving. It's like moving all your stuff from the house in a Prius or moving it in a moving van. That's kind of how I look at edge to edge. So that was my first experience. I was like, this is awesome. Just joining in for a quick watch. Yes. And like it. Whoa, so yours is huge. So Margaret, how big is yours? Where does she? Oh, it was just, I think it was just on Facebook, but you could follow her. I think it's called My Fabric Crush, if you want to look. Okay, I'm going to group and organize. I did not cut my batting pieces yet, so I will do that too. This is the most unprepared I've been, guys. But I just looked at it and I was like, oh, this could just be a day of sewing for us. So I hope that you guys are okay with this. I'm just going to kind of group as we go. Where are all my pouchy pouches? I had a whole stack of them. I don't even have a spreadsheet for you guys. I don't even know if I will make one for this. Okay, 6.5 by 4.5. And this one is Let It. So now I'm going to just group. And when I group, I just grab my painter's tape and a Sharpie. Whoa, 20. Okay, you know what's really funny is that Penny told me that heat presses are like rulers and you need them in different sizes. And I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense. So, I mean, I think about, now that I'm using this, I'm going to go get that table. I've got to cut my batting, but I'm just going to put these in here for now. So Let It, I'm just going to put it in the front pocket, and I do have to cut my batting. That is big. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need this one, and then I need to go up. Just guessing, but it's much larger than I had expected. Oh, no, 15 by 15 is like, that's how big my space is on the other one. I was like 21 by 25. Okay, I need background fabric. This is going to be the gray, and I need the 6.5 by 10.5, and then white glitter, which I will get that later. This one's snow. I'll put all of these in here. And then we'll cut our batting. Because we don't want to have to cut our batting along the way. Yes, I feel like a heat press is necessary. And like Jeanne 2.0, when I'm not living at the store, I'm just going to do we're just going to do all sorts of fun projects all the time. All the time. You guys better be rested. Because I'm just going to continue to just do all sorts of stuff. And I can't wait to like do other stuff too. Okay, my cup. Where's my cup? My cup. My cup. I'm just looking for this fabric right here. Where is he? Here he is. And that one is, well, somebody who can be so unorganized. I'm talking about me. I need, like, it helps me to have everything grouped and organized and ready to go. Otherwise, I would be looking everywhere for every little piece of fabric, and I would have put it down, and I would have taken it upstairs. And so it's, I really appreciate doing this. All right, what else? This one is the 6.5 by 8.5. This piece of fabric right here, and then the mitten fabric, which I think is going to be this one, and this one is Mittens. And how big do you cut your batting? Your batting will be cut to the size of the quilting design. So I'm going to need 4 by 6 pieces of batting for this one. So I'll just put this one in here, and then we'll be done with this pouch, and then I'll go on to the next pouch. Oh my God. Tina, you have been a machine. Oh my goodness. How's the multi-needle? Have you been needling on all your machines? You're amazing. Remember when we were doing the Sweetheart Street, and then you were already done with your borders? Okay, background. 10.5 by 8.5. This is my big one. I don't know what that is. And then I need all the hat pieces. So I need this one, this one, this one, and honeycomb. Where are you, honeycomb? This one right here. I think those are all the hat pieces. Okay, new one. This is going to be my snowman. Yes, the machine is large, but it's so fantastic, and I need to reach out to, there's that lady I need to reach out to. I think I'm gonna go get it. Because I've been trying to steal a piece of, not a piece, I've been trying to steal something from the store, but we kind of need it. It's like that piece of furniture right in the very, very front. Something got stuck down here. Okay, this one needs this 6.5 by 5.5, so it needs this piece for the middle. So just these two. And then the next one. So this will just all be the snowman. Oh, yay, Gloria, I'm so happy. Well, I had all your stuff. I have some people waiting because they're waiting for just like one thing, but yay, I'm happy. And the clap, I mean, you gotta have a clapper. I was using my clappers last night because I was doing all my borders, and like they just make such a huge difference. A wool mat and a clapper. I don't know how I ever lived without those. So I feel like that'll give you like such a beautiful end result. Okay, this is all my snowman. Let me put this, I'm not even gonna mark that because I know it's snowman. And now we have pieced borders. So this one right here is going to be the 4 of these. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I need all those itty bitties. These that go on the corners. And I think that's it. And then what's the next one? And then pinwheels. I love pinwheels. You know what I miss? And I wish they had it. I really liked, like in the beginning, the Kimberbell, quilts had a combination of traditional quilting and embroidered quilts. I really liked that. Like, I like doing these with the half square triangles and then putting them all together, but maybe other people didn't. It'd be nice if it's an option that you could just piece that traditionally. I would have liked that. Anyways, no use complaining about it. 4 of these, 4 of these. These are the other ones. So you're going to piece these. Because you have to sew them together, if they're all pieced in the hoop at once, then you could go ahead and combine it with the quilting. But these are pieced in 2 sections, and then you have to sew them together. So, right? Is that indeed true? No. Oh! I wonder if you could do the quilting. Did anyone do these and piece them? No, you have to sew them together, right? Trim the guide. I'm going to load it and see. Because it looks like, yeah, the pinwheel halves. Trim the excess. Yes. Okay. So you can't do that. You have to do it kind of separate. All right. What is this? What is this guy that I accidentally cut into? I hope he's not a filler block. If he's a filler block, then I'm kind of... Is this his face? Did I miss this? Yeah, this is the snowman face. Okay. That's okay that I cut off the corner then. Yes, that's his face. Okay, we need our batting pieces. And this looks like, these look like these are filler blocks. So let me put these all somewhere before I lose them. And then oops, look, here's an extra piece of that. That would have made me crazy. And maybe these are all filler blocks. So I'm just going to toss them in the back here. Everything I think is together. Now I'm just going to cut my batting and then we're ready to go. Right, Gloria? The seams are, you're just like, oh my God, this makes such a difference. It makes everything so flat and just, I don't know. I think it's totally worth it. Okay, hang on one second. I'm going to let the dogs in. It's cold out. Mama, Poppy. Are you guys in here? Mama? Maybe they're upstairs. Maybe I already let them in. They didn't come running. They're pretty good at coming. As long as there's not something so distracting. All right. Let's look at our batting pieces. And I keep like batting that's already pre-cut, but I'm not that organized today. All right, let's see what's in here. So this one is 2x4 is what we're going to cut the batting to. So but I'll have strips like this that I can just cut off of. And there's probably stuff in here that's already done. Let's just pull it all out. And then we'll just use from here. Tina, I'm so impressed that you're all done with this. Wow. You have just been busy. Okay, 2x4. Let's see what I can cut from. Is this like... This looks like 4 inches. And I don't care if it's not perfect, if it's a little icky looking. Is this 4 inches? Yeah. And I usually cut it like 1/4 of an inch or like a little bit bigger. And this little guy over here, guess what? I don't even care that he's hanging off like that. I'm going to just use it. Because I know that when I'm done, it's going to be gorgeous and nobody's going to even notice. 4x8. So we need 4x8. Is this 4? Let's just go 8 inches. Is this 4? Yes. Here's my 4x8. I'll just stack these in order. And then I'll pull them as I go. I got to make sure there's not 2 of any of these. This one here, 4x4. This looks like 4x4 to me. I want to get myself. This one, 4x6. Oh, this looks like 4x6. Is this 4x6? Yeah. We finally got snow in Reno. It was so sad here. 6x8. It was so sad. But Patrick has been 6x8. This is 7. What the heck is this? This doesn't go to anything. There's never 7-inch blocks. How about this? Is this 6 inches? This looks like 6. 6x8. Yeah, this is 6. I usually just cut long strips off my roll. And then I'll just reach for those. Okay, that's 6x8. And then next one is... We'll see you later, Miss Margaret. Happy New Year. 6x8. 6x8. Okay, and these are going to be 4x8s. Let's go back to my 4-inch strip. Okay, Tina, your goal is bench pillows, 18x18 pillows, and 40. When you say, are you saying just finishing all of them? Is that what you're talking about? Because I think you're doing pretty well with your goal. Look at you, finisher. My goal is to be a finisher, but sometimes time doesn't allow. So my goal is to be okay with just getting done what I can get done. I think that's kind of the best I can do at this point. And then the last one is also going to be 4x8. Oh, I don't even know if I did design database transfer. If my stuff is... I think I did transfer everything already. I think I did. Okay, 4x8. 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 Okay, all of these. These are all going to be... Oh, these are itty bitty. These are 2x2s. You're so tiny. I mean, that's so little. Let me go. What's this? That looks like 4x6. I keep everything. Like, what's this stuff? Let's use this. So there are 4 of these. Ooh, this batting's really nice. I wonder what this is. Oop. You're like, throw it away. I can't. I just couldn't do it. I'm sorry. I have a problem. I was born with it. It's not my fault. It's in my DNA. It's hard to fight DNA, don't you think? Like your natural predisposition. Okay, there's 4 of those. I might need this. We might have a 1-inch by 1-inch block. Oh, God, yes. I have a problem. Okay, pinwheels. These are going to be 4x4s. And how many pinwheels do we have? I think is there just 1 of each? Pinwheel, pinwheel. Yep, 4x4s. What did you think of this, Tina? How long did it take you? Is this like a good weekend project? I don't think I'm going to be able to get it done today, especially because I am going to run to the store. I got to get everyone their stuff. It's driving me absolutely crazy. Okay, 4x4s for my pinwheels. And is that it? 4x4s and dimensional. Should we do those first? So they can, do I need those to like stick them out? Oh, we do. We got to do his arms first. We got to, okay, so we're going to start off and we're going to do the dimensional stuff. I probably should have done that like now before we even started. But let me go ahead and put all this away. Out of all of that stuff, this is all we needed. I think I cut everything. So I think we're good to go. Designed by, oh, I saw that. Oh, it took 2 days. All right, so we're going to get together today, and then I might be filming some stuff. I did film, the first thing I filmed was mistletoe. So I'm all ready with that for January, because I think our first block, other than the ornament block, is going to be happening on Friday. So I will see it then, and it's cute. Right? You got to keep all that. Delta, it's not our fault that we hoard. We weren't born that way. I have a customer, and she literally will buy exactly what she needs for her project. And then when she's done with it, she gets rid of everything that's left over. And I'm like, there's a certain freedom to that, to not have that, like, all that mess, and where do you put these scraps? And I admire that. I can't do it though, because I'm like, oh, but I spent money on that and I need that. And then what if you don't have that little piece? Okay. We are going to start out with I'm going to start out with the freestanding lace. So I need to find some dissolve away, and let's see what size hoop we need to do those in. So this one's going to be 4x4, and I've just been finding that I normally double up my stabilizer, but these little itty bitties, you don't need to do that. So we have to do 2 of these brown felt arms, 2 3.5 by 4.5. I wonder why we need. Oh, maybe they come in separately? We're only doing this once though, right? Load the design, felt. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me get my 4x4 hoop. Let's grab dissolve away. Gonna fire up my machine. Oh, look at this. That's interesting. That's not even dissolve away. Hang on. What is this icky piece that I've been hoarding? Good thing. I know. I'm trying not to show you this. But yes, I really kept this. And why didn't I take this off? I don't know why. Like, why is that not removed? Files on the first for mistletoe. So that, yeah. So that actually has, that Kimberbell will send it. So I actually asked my rep, because I was like, you know, they've had some issues rolling out the website. And I was like, should I asked her if I should send you guys just in case. I was like, is it okay if I send it to him just in case something's wrong? And she promised me that she was going to go ahead and process my club. I have a big club. Like, there's a lot of us in our club. I'm going to leave this because I'm going to leave that because I can do my little arms here, and then I can do hooping here, here, and here. So I'll leave all that excess. Remember, with these hoops, you have an arrow on the top, and so that faces the arrow on the top here, so you know how it goes in. And so I've entered all of you into the club, into my club, and so I'm hoping it's smooth sailing. Oops, ripped it. I'm hoping it's smooth sailing, that there's not going to be any issues. So if for some reason you don't, and I did all the videos, if you go on, because you know I have that video and supply list sheet, the videos aren't available yet. Like I make them private until I'm usually up at midnight. And at midnight, I'll make them available for you to download. Unless I fall asleep, and then you won't get them until the next morning. But the videos are all done. I did the scan and cut version. I did the regular version. Let me see if I can find my... We just left this in one. Some of you have 2 pieces. Some of you have 1 piece. You're going to have to cut it in half. And let's go on over to the machine. You're going to go on a journey with me. I'm taking you out of this stand, and I'm going to put you in this one. Hang on a second. Okay. Oop, you're not going to see anything for a second. Sorry. Just put the... I do these Sewalongs on my phone. Here we go. And I better plug in too. Delta, did I even answer? I don't... Oh no, was it Gloria who asked that? Did I even answer your question? So, I'm hoping all of your stuff will be in your digital library on the 1st. It should be in your digital library on the 1st. But just know that if it's not there, I'll send it to you. If you guys don't have it, then I will send it, but it should be there on the 1st. Okay, I'm firing my machine up right now. Let's go ahead and take this off. This is the advanced screwdriver. So if you want to get this, it's on our website. It's called the advanced screwdriver. I love it because see, there's like a little screwdriver on the inside. And I like it because you can put it on here and get your whole hand on it and not just your fingertips. So to me, it's like a better grip. And I will use this on the screw for the needle. I'll use it on my hoop. It works on everything. Sometimes people on our website will purchase just the hoop screwdriver. And if I have time, I usually call them because 9 out of 10 times they're like, no, I want the one that you use all the time. The hoop screwdriver will only fit... It'll fit on the screw. It'll fit here too, but it's not big enough. The hoop screwdriver is not big enough for this screw over here. This one is big enough for all of them. So it's a little loose on the hoop, but it still works perfectly. So this is the one that I prefer and that I use. I want to say it's $19.99, and we have it on sale on the website for $17.99. Let me grab it. Dropped it on the floor. Okie dokie. Let's come on over here. Let's go embroidery. And I'm hoping I put all the background quilting on, but I'm not sure if I did or not. Let's hope all the designs are there. This is where you go for design database transfer. If you transferred, look, I did do it. Oh, you know what I don't see? I don't see my background quilting. So I'm going to have to transfer that over. Let's go ahead. I'm going to show you how to do that. I did a really detailed video on design database transfer. So I hope you guys will start using that. How many of you are using design database transfer? Because it's awesome. It really is awesome. You do have to have a wireless... Here we go. This is what I'm seeing right now. You need a wireless, or you need a machine that has wireless. So I'm going to go in here. I loaded it to this, and here it is, design database transfer. So you have to load it onto your computer. And here it is. And now I'm going to go to, I'm going to find, you have to be able to, you can't use it because you have a Mac. Oh, yeah, it'd be worth it just to get like a cheapy PC laptop thingy majigger. Okay, I'm looking for Let It Snow. I don't even use my USBs anymore. And if I had my spreadsheet done, it would be so much easier because I'd have everything all in one spot. But with this one... We need winter 12 vertical 2x4. So here's winter 12. Uh-oh. I don't know if if the folder is zipped, you're not going to be able, I'm not going to be able to get into it. Oh, I must have unzipped it. Or I must have taken them out. So winter 12, I need the 2x4. So, oh, and you've got to pick the machine you're sending it to. So I'm going to send it. I have this one. It's called my Evie. It's Evie. So I'm looking for 2x4 vertical. The first one will be horizontal. The second one will be vertical. So I'm going to go with this one, 2x4. And I'm going to send it down here. Oops, not touch screen. I broke my computer's screen. Yes, I dropped something on it. I usually shut it before I go to bed every night, but it was doing an update, said not to, so, and then I dropped something on it. Okay, I also need winter 12 4x8 horizontal. So now I'm looking for 4x8. Where's 4x8? Here. 4x6. 4x8. First one will be horizontal. So I'm going to do this one, arrow it down. So I'm just putting them all down here. I know! I need to go get that one. It was on Marketplace. I'm going to reach out to her. I'm going to reach out to her and be like, is it available? I'm going to come get it. And send Patrick to go and get it. Okay. Winter 12 4x4 horizontal. So here's 4x4. Remember, there's two of them. The first one's horizontal. So I'm going to just highlight it. Do the down arrow. And Mittens is 4x6, and it doesn't give you anything, so there's going to be one of them. Winter 11. So I'm going to go here, hit my plus next to winter 11, and then I'll touch winter 11. And I want 4x6. Now, the one thing you have to be able to do is you have to be able to organize your designs, and you need to know where to find them. And if you can do that, then all the rest of this is really easy. I'm going to just down arrow it here. And I'll send them all over at once. You have to select your machine first. If you do all of this and then select the machine, I think it wipes it out. Okay, this one is 6x8, winter 11. 6x8 right here. 6x8. And you can change the thumbnail sizes. So right over here, let me see. Is this it? I think this. See, I could do large thumbnails. So you can do large, medium, or detail. So I just have it on medium right now. 6x8. Sorry that you have to sit through this, but this is kind of good. It's like your little lesson, walking you through. This one is 4x8. Winter 11. I'm still in winter 11. So here's 4x8. Down arrow. Another 4x8, so I don't have to send that one over. We already did that. And these are going to be winter 12 2x2 horizontal. Let's go back to winter 12 over here. I'm looking for 2x2 horizontal vertical. So you want this one. Okay, these two, because it's done two different ways. Sharon, isn't it great? I just love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Okay, so we have winter 11 4x4 and winter 11 4. So both of them are winter 11 4x4. Here's 4x4. And it doesn't say horizontal or vertical, so we're just going to go with this one. Send it down. And it's a free program. And so what I'm doing right now, if you don't, who was that said they had a Mac and so they couldn't do it? You can use it as a thumbnail viewer. Wait, no, you still do have to have a regular like PC. But if you do not have the transfer capability, like if your machine is not wireless, you can still use, you can still download Design Database Transfer and use it as a thumbnail viewer, which is fantastic because we used to sell people a program that was called Thumbnailer. I think that's it. Oh, wait, there's filler blocks too. And it was $50. And you don't even have to buy that anymore. This is a free program that you can use on any PC. However, if you do want to transfer, you do have to have a machine that's wireless. Since I'm in here, I'm just going to go ahead and do these filler blocks. So these are 2x2 winter 11. I think I'm in winter 11 in these. Oh no, let's go winter 11. And we want the 2x2 with the little mitten. I know it's hard for you guys to see. I'm going to send that over. 11 2x2. And then we have a border block, which is border winter 2, 1 inch. Border winter 2. And when I do this, I just transfer all the 1 inches because I go, well, maybe I want to I want to have the option, not have to download it. So if you want to do multiples, you are going to hold down your control key and then you're going to tap on all the ones. This is called cherry picking, and you can select more than one and send those over. And then finally, this is going to be the 2 inch. So I'm going to do those as well. I'm going to hold my control key and I'm going to do all the 2 inches. Oops, I'm going to deselect these because I don't want them. It'll send them twice. So I'm just doing the 2 inches now. And I'm going to send those, arrow down. Are those all my filler blocks? Just those little itty bitties? There's no other ones? Filler, filler. Yeah, I guess that's it. All right. Wait, what was that on the bottom? Yeah, they're just all the little itty bitties. Okay, once you have everything that you want to send, your machine has to be on. So make sure the machine's on and just hit this send to machine. Please wait. And now they're there. That was it. That's it, guys. Okay. So now I'm going to have to refresh, but that's how easy it is to do design database transfer. And that's what we have to do when we don't have a spreadsheet. We have to go through the book. Okay, hang on. I'm just trying to bring the screen back up so I can see you. There we go. All right. You guys have any questions? Hi, Miss Paula. How'd you get your toes done? Oh, my goodness. I got my toes done. Here, I'm going to show you. Aren't they gorgeous? There. Do you love them? I haven't had my toes done in like 10 years. And yeah, joyful stitching. I feel like a queen. And I keep thinking to myself, I'm going to always do my nails and my toes because normally I sit here and I apologize and I'm so embarrassed every time I show them to you. And I don't feel that way. Now I'm like, oh yeah, look, don't they look gorgeous? I'm a queen. Okay, you have to go back into this. It's not going to load them if you're already in. So I'm going to go back in and this is where I load them. And do I bind my books myself? Yes. So, I have a wire binder, which I absolutely love. And I got it on goodwill.com. It is, what is it? What's it called? I'm going to have to look at it. I forget what it's. I think it's called Wire Mac 31. I also bought a coil binder. And what I love about that, where's my books that I have? With my coil binder, I can put this back in and open it up again and take out pages and put pages in. The coil binders are cheaper. And I gotta say, I love them both. I've been using my coil binder more. And the one that I bought is kind of like a commercial, like office one. I'll have to take a picture and send it to you. And again, I got it on goodwill.com. So I'm a huge fan of goodwill.com. And this, I feel like the metal one, you gotta, you can't, once you do it, you can't undo it. And this one, so I'll use the big one and I'll put all of the projects that I'm working on, and then I'll pull them out and put in new ones and pull them out and put in new ones. So that's what I love about the coil binder. I feel like it's easier to use. And that these, I feel like fancier when I use my wire binder. So they're both amazing. I would get it though, because isn't it nice? I can just like, and you can lay it flat. So they're worth it. They're worth getting. Okay, here we go. We're ready now. Let me go ahead and load the, I just didn't want to go back and forth and have to load those as we go. So I'm going to go ahead and get the little arms. That's what I want. I'm going to choose my hoop size. I was using my 7x14 to do those big borders. So I'm going to go to my settings button and I'm going to choose my 4x4. And I like to check all my settings and make sure they're right. I'm going to leave them all as is and say okay and go ahead and set that. Now you can see how much space we have. Yeah, the plastic ones are fantastic, and the metal ones, I love those too. I feel like there's more of a learning curve with that. Like which one to get and which coils to get and all of that stuff. Let me go ahead and put this on. You're going to hand tighten, and then you're going to tighten with your screwdriver. You're never going to just hand tighten it. If you do that, the foot will shake off at some point and it's going to scare the bejesus out of you, because normally it shakes off and your needle hits it and then all heck breaks loose. So we also have to do some snowflakes. And how big are the snowflakes? Because can we put them in? Should I have just done one 5x7 hooping? Let me go ahead and add and see how big those snowflakes are. Oh, they look pretty big. Oh yeah, he's big. Okay, I'm going to do the snowflakes separately. So let me go ahead and return. Kind of have to do something to get out of here. So I'm going to put it in and then I'll delete it in the next page. Snowflake. Okay, but I'm going to delete that trash can. We're back to just our antlers, and I'm going to take those antlers and let me go ahead and just bring them down in the lower left-hand corner. I'm ready to embroider those, and there. And it's not going to let me go out of my embroidery field, but if I do that, then I can use all my stabilizer all around it. So I like to go to this button where I can go forward and backwards in case I make a mistake. And oh yeah, I do have a video on that. Do you want me to do one with the coil binder too? And I can show you the one that I have. I'll show when it's stitching out, I'll go grab it. We can coil bind something. All right, what page is this on? These antlers, or they look like antlers to me, but I know they're snowman arms, right? All right, stitch the arm placement line, and we're using J, and I think J is hickory. I grabbed all my thread, but guess what? I don't have some of the thread, and I didn't bring it home, and I wasn't going to go to the store, but here are my colors. I am doing hickory, right? Hickory is like the best, darkest brown that you can get. So here are my thread colors. I pulled those all aside so I didn't have to go looking for them. Let me go ahead and take out my thready thread. Oh my goodness. Something is up here. It's like wrapped around the base. There we go. Yeah, I have my my wire binder upstairs in our guest room. That's where we have our printer. So I'll print stuff and then I'll wire bind it. And then I brought my coil binder down here. And like I said, I do the coil binder. Like I said, I feel like it's easier because I don't have to think about the settings. With the wire binder, I have to do certain settings just to make sure that it's going to close all the way when I wire bind it. Okay, placement stitch. And then we're going to lay down our little arms. Am I using the right color? It says J. Yeah, hickory. Place the arm felt piece, tape in place, and then stitch the arm tack down. Do not trim the felt. So I'm going to lay this down. I'll give mine a little shot of spray. Let me grab my spray station. Hang on, just moving some stuff around. I was looking for my KK100. I tried to layer a quilt, and I usually use either June Taylor or Sullivan spray, and I have a full can, but I could not get the nozzle to spray. I was like, what is happening? So then I ended up just using my KK to layer, which I like to use. Here, I'm just going to give this a little shot of spray. This is my dime spray tent. And I put a little piece of cardboard in it so I can change it out. And then I use this cake, an old KK100 economy line. So they sell 2 lines. The other one, I don't even know what the other one's called, if it's called premium or what it is. But economy always works great, so I just use it. So I'm going to lay this down. I'm going to have to cut this because you're going to have to put a piece on the back. Okay, now it wants you to stitch the arm tack down. Do not trim the felt. We're using the same color, hickory. Yes, that's what I love about it, Delta. Like when you use the wire one, you're committed. That's it. You cinch it down and you can't change it. With the coil ones, I will keep a book of what I'm working on now, and I constantly will open up the coils, take out what I want to take out, and then put in the new stuff. Okay, once you're done with this, you're going to turn to the back. You're going to place your arm felt covering the placement line and tape the corners and sides as shown. So let me go ahead and cut that felt. I didn't pre-cut it. I don't usually pre-cut my my embellishments because I like bang for my buck and I want to get as much out of this as I can. Okay, so I'm going to turn it to the back side. I'm just going to put this down like this. And we'll go ahead and tape it. I love transport tape. It's super sticky though. So I'm just going to put this right on the edges. Sometimes when I'm using felt, that's when I'll use my Kimberbell tape when I don't want it to be quite as sticky. I want these corners to stay down. I'm just going to flip it. And that's taped down. Match the bobbin thread to the top thread. Okay. If you guys weren't here, I would just use the white. I'm like, oh, who cares? Nobody's going to be playing with the arms on my snowman. So I have this bobbin holder. And I try to keep myself to this bobbin holder. And I'll just use whatever color is close. Like that's a dark brown. I could use that one. Okay, let's use this one. Whatever's in here, I don't care if it's the exact color. I don't care if it's cotton. I don't care what it is. I'm just going to use whatever I want to. But that looks like hickory. These are the best. Because look. And then it cinches it down. And for the most part, it's pretty neat. And then when I'm like on the road, I will grab one of these. The little bobbin boats. And the same thing. I feel like they're like the easiest, the cleanest. You don't have to worry about the thread and you can just toss it in your bag. So if you don't have a bobbin boat, you should get one. And I forget what the other one is called. The big one. Those are my favorite. I've had, I mean, right? Have you guys had like 8 million different bobbin holders? I'm always like, oh, that one's the best. I'm going to try that. But these, I think these are really the best. Okay. I put in a matching bobbin because I'm trying to do the right thing. And then it says, match the bobbin, turn the hoop to the front, tape the felt exactly as shown to prevent the presser foot from catching. Okay, let's just follow the instructions. You know what's going to happen? I'll be like, I don't feel like taping around it. And then guess what? The presser foot will probably catch. And then I have to see it in video forever because I was lazy. So instead of being lazy, it obviously must catch, and that's why they're having us do it. They only put it on the 3 sides. So is it really going to catch? Oh, I didn't do a good job taping that. Is it really going to catch over here? I'm not taping that side. I'm going to watch it like a hawk, though. Okay? Okay, here we go. I'm going to put my finger on the start-stop button, too. Was this supposed to change the color? No? Okay. Finger is on the start-stop. Just in case. Wait, I missed that comment. What are you using from the dollar store? Okay, the TUL disc binding system. You use the round ring one. It fits in the dollar. Wait, so what are you Susan, what's the round ring one? From the dollar store. Round. Oh! The dollar store has a bobbin ring? Okay, I didn't know that. I'm going to have to check it out. Okay, did we just get scammed? We don't, the tape, it doesn't even go anywhere near the edge. So I don't know if we needed the tape around there, but better safe than sorry. Oh my goodness, that was it. Remove the project from the hoop and then change the bobbin back. That is good, right? Because I would leave it in there. I would have forgotten. Let me grab this off of here. I feel like I hear a car, and it sounds like it's Patrick Mulligan, the love of my life, which means FedEx came and delivered. Now he's home. All right. And he's excited because he's going to go skiing. Here we go. Back to the regular bobbin. What do we do to finish these? You are going to change the bobbin to a neutral color, remove all tape, trim the felt on the trimming line stitched in step 2. This is raw edge finish, and use a cotton swab to dissolve, and we're going to use this later. They have a cookie tin. Oh, a cookie tin that the bobbins were in. Okay, got it. You're going to have to take a picture and send it to me. I'm always curious. Okay. Let's take this out, because we're going to need this for the snowman. Okay, popped them out. Well, nobody, I just hear a truck out there. Nobody's coming in, so that is not the Patrick Mulligan, the love of my life. It must be somebody else. Is it the garbage man? I don't know. You know, you can also sometimes, it rips better in one direction, but we can kind of, so we don't have to rinse it. I'm just going to use scissors. Oh, yeah, it's the garbage man. Yes, I just got them confused. Where are my snips? I'm going to just snip it close to that line, the stitch line on the inside in between the 2 layers. And then I'm not even going to rinse it. Yeah, how could I confuse the 2? I'm like, why isn't this coming undone? Is the tape. Like I said, sometimes you can just rip it. It rips best in one direction, not both. Okay, I'm going to do the snowflakes next. So you know what? Instead of doing this, let's go ahead and hoop up. And let's do the snowflakes. And then I can trim this while the snowflakes are stitching. All right, we're going to hoop up again. Arrow. Always look for that arrow up. Oh, this thumb. This thumb doesn't work on my right hand. How many can we fit? I need a bigger piece probably. Let's go ahead and look. Okay, snowflake. Oh, we need to make 3 snowflakes. And they're 2 by 2.5. Thank you, Miss Lori. I appreciate it, girl. Here I am. Let me go ahead and take this out. Hi, Miss Kathy. Wonder why they wanted it, right? What do you ever? Sometimes sometimes I'm like, it's for us to use more product, don't you think? Well, I'm sure it's just to be safe, right? They just want you to be safe. But maybe when they were stitching, thank you, Miss Kathy. Maybe when they were stitching, something got stuck. Oh my goodness. Should we make like glittery snowflakes? What I worry about is my thread. It is. I know. I don't like talking about it. I am not a celebrator of. I love celebrating other people. I do not like celebrating me. So I like to pretend it's not happening. All right. Let's go ahead and load a snowflake. But I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Yay! I know. 55. How did that happen? How does it go so fast? Okay, gonna load, go to my pocket. Let's go in here and let's grab that snowflake. Here it is. Set. You guys are very sweet. Yeah. Oops. Did you see how he went outside of my embroidery field? That's because I'm in my edit page and not the other page. When you go to the other page, it won't let you go outside of the embroidery field. Don't say that. Is it going to just start going even faster? So I'm going to put that one there. Let's see if we can fit another one in the other corner. So let's return. And instead of hitting add, we're just going to go edit. We're going to go right here. And let's see if that one will fit in the other corner. So I'm going to go ahead and just... He does not. What if I were to turn this? What if I were to rotate it? Then will it fit? Makes me go, I should use my 5x5 or 5x7. And I wonder if I could fit all of them in one hooping in the 5x7. Let's come right here. And thank you guys. You're very sweet. Very, very sweet. Okay. They were done celebrating. I don't know. Yes, I'm going to reset that. That's your reset button. So if you rotated it and you don't want it rotated, now you can rotate it back. So let's go ahead and do all three of them. And if you are Dana, then you're going to fill the whole thing. And then you're going to put snowflakes all over because it's going to look even cuter. So how about I don't fill the whole thing, but I will go ahead, or you know what? We'll do this. Put one right here. And then we'll put one right here. And then we'll put one in the center. Da-da-da-da. Whoop! I overshoot. You know what I always ask Patrick for on my birthday? Is I go, okay, because today's my day. And I'll be like, let's go clean the store. So for my present is we're going to go clean, or he'll give me like because usually he'll complain. He doesn't complain. He's so good. Like, I mean, I couldn't be any luckier. All right, I'm going to get my 5x7 hoop and I'm going to do 5 snowflakes because more is more. So with as many hoops, as many kits as we make in our store, we don't completely have I'd call it I'm going to hoop right here. This is my little ottoman that I sit on. I don't think we have an appropriate kitting area. So we are going to go and clean out the back and we're going to create a more appropriate. Look at this awful, ugly piece of stabilizer, but this is what I'm using. We're going to create a proper kitting area. Oh my God, is that? I thought it was going to. Did you take them for a walk? Dad already walked him this morning. They scammed you. Kai just got back. I need something harder here to hoop on. Kai just got back with the dogs. Well, that's even better for them. Aren't they lucky? They're so lucky. They got 2 walks. That's kind of like, when you have dogs and they get 2 meals. Every once in a while, Patrick and I will miscommunicate, and I'll be like, you fed them? I fed them. Okay, guess what? That's going to use it all up. I'm getting rid of this part. I know you're finding it hard to believe. And it does say 2 pieces, but I'm just going to do 1. We're hooped nice and snug. All right, let's put it in, guys. Yeah, I fed them. I can't remember. It happened like once pretty recently. I was like, I didn't hear you say you fed them. Okay, I am just doing white snowflakes, and there is white in the bottom. And I think that's what they wanted you to do. So let's go ahead. Before I start, let me just look one more time. Match the bobbin, and we are doing white. And these were so cute. I was like, are those plastic? Oh my God, we have some amazing glitter snowflakes that we put into, I'm going to touch embroidery. Change to a larger embroidery frame. Okay, that means one of these snowflakes is like 1 click too far outside. So I'm going to go ahead and just touch them all. And let's go to my move arrow. I'll just move it in. Up and over. And this one, that one's definitely in. That's why it's so important to pick your hoop size. I'll move him up and in, and I'll move that one up and in. I think it was this guy over here. And now it lets me go. So we're good to go. All right, go ahead and just hit start and stitch away. Oh, guess what? No thread. Okay, it's going to always work better with thread. Let me go ahead and put some thread in the top. And then while it's stitching these, I will trim out, and I'll trim out my my snowman arms. I want to go back to the beginning. I want every stitch here. This is where you go forward and back stitches. And I'm just going to go ahead. I could hit 0 because I'm on stitch 24. So I could hit 0 or I could hit this button. That'll go back to the beginning. We'll just hit 0 and go ahead and stitch away. Miss Kathy, are you a December baby too? Ah! Tell Joe I said hello. Oh, Miss Mary, did you have a birthday too? We're all Capricorns here. Oh, look how cute. So it's pulling my stabilizer a little bit, so maybe, oh, you're tomorrow. Happy birthday. Maybe you do need 2 pieces, but I only put 1 in, so let's see how we do with 1. I think we'll be okay. I always think that I was a great tax deduction, right? Wow, December's a huge month for you then, Kathy. Wow, all of that to celebrate. I know, I can't remember who it was. I have a girlfriend, and they're all January babies. Like, everyone's in January. Coffee! Okay, I'm going to go back to this now. So, that's the trim line. The very outer line is going to be your trim line. And I pulled away some of this. Let me get the rest of the tape off here. And then I'll rinse off the rest of it. So grab a pair of scissors that are going to have a straight tip and a strong tip. I love these. These are Gingers, but I have the Kais as well. And I'm just going to go ahead. Yes, there's dog hair on it. And I'm going to just cut right around. And you actually want to cut a little to the left of that, or else the stitches will stay. And guess what? I'm having trouble cutting with the camera in between me and this. So now that you know what I'm doing, I'm going to go ahead and cut these. You don't have to watch. And should I have used 2 pieces of Dissolve Away? Probably. But I only have 1 in there, and I think they're still going to look great, so I'm just going to go with it. But if you're doing this later, use 2. Guess what? It has nothing to do with the camera being in between me and what I'm cutting. I just can't see. Is that the present? Is that my, is that what I get for turning 55? You're no longer able to see? I do feel a little wiser. That's probably about it. A little wiser, a little more sore. It's so funny because I was wondering why the dogs weren't bothering me. I thought I left them outside, and when I went to go get them and they weren't there, I didn't realize Kai had gotten up and took them for a walk. Okay, here's one semi-done, right? And then you're gonna go ahead and just pull away the threads that are like hanging out. So you do want to like get it just on the inside. Sorry, I know it's going in and out and being blurry, but I'll clean those up a little bit more. And you definitely want to rinse away that stabilizer in there. And I think just a little Q-tip, because you don't want to see the white, right? That's distracting. Yeah, isn't that funny, Miss Mary? You're being a December baby and being right before it turns into the new year, then you are like the ultimate tax deduction. Yeah, you could do whatever you want. These snowflakes are going to be awesome, but like you could doll it up with whatever embellishments you want. But I remember seeing these on some people had posted their finished ones, and I was like, oh, those snowflakes look so good. They look so good. Dollar Tree. You guys need to send me a picture of what you're talking about from the Dollar Tree that you can store your bobbin rings in. I want to see them. Kathy, that's some crazy weather. I feel like Tennessee, it's like you expect to have just kind of more warmish weather, and you guys are getting a little bit of everything. You just don't know. One of my really good girlfriends, her sister's visiting from Miami, and they've never seen snow before, the kids. I think they've come out, but they've only come out like in the summertime. And I was like, oh, how wonderful that they were able to come out when we finally got some snow, because it was looking iffy. I'm just cutting out my arms. I mean, this stabilizer is holding up pretty well for just it being one layer. But yeah, I had no idea they were going to be so dense. I would definitely go 2 layers. Sometimes I make my own executive decisions, and this would have definitely been better with 2, but look, I think overall it came out pretty great. Okay. This is 49 minutes of stitching. We're going to just do these and then we're going to be done. Okay, I have to hit start again because I didn't, you can hit a button that goes from all the colors to one color, and I should have hit that too, but that's okay. So I spent one of my days just doing alterations. So I'm short, and those of you, you know what's so funny is for those of you that I've met only through Zoom classes, I just imagine, I feel like Zoom makes everyone look taller. So it was funny, I met some people that were local during the pandemic just doing Zoom classes, and then when I met him in person, I was like, oh my god, you're so much taller than I thought. Well, you guys probably know I'm pretty little. And so I literally have pants that I bought 4 or 5 years ago that I haven't been able to wear because I needed to shorten them. And I can do that stuff, so I rather just do it myself. It took me all day, and I got through maybe like 4 pairs of pants. Okay, so this is trimmed. I'm going to go get a bowl of warm water, and I'm going to use a Q-tip and just kind of rub it on the edges. Yay, Kathy, I'm so happy. I still have not finished mine. That's in my to-do list. I just have to assemble. But this is the bridge. This is both bridges and earrings and just a huge bag of fun. So I'm glad you watched the gingerbread one because I did do the haunted one too, but I was still learning. I'm still learning. I feel like I'm still learning every single time I use that machine, but I'm feeling so much more comfortable with it. I've been using my auto blade for everything, and I switched from my low tack to my standard mat because my low tack I felt wasn't like sticking at all. But I think if I was using a brand new low tack and then had heat bond light down, that's the way to go. And then I've been using my fabric mat too. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get, hopefully nothing goes wrong because, oh no, look at that. Guess what? That makes me unhappy. I feel like both layers have to be in the hoop. And I'm going to let it finish up this one. And you know what? Snowflakes are irregular, so it's okay. But when this one finishes, I'm probably going to pop it out and I'm going to put another piece of stabilizer in there. Sometimes you gamble and lose. Let me find my dog leg. all the ends are turning. Oh well, that's okay. It's okay. It's going to be more realistic. Oh, there's nothing there for that to stitch on, huh? Okay, this is a lesson in why you need 2 layers of stabilizer for these snowflakes. Okay, is that one done? Oh, sorry, I touched the screen. I think I'm going to just, with that one, I'm just going to be done with it. So, let's go ahead. We're going to rehoop. That was an ultimate fail, and that's okay, because that happens sometimes. I'm going to go ahead and hoop up. I'm still going to use this. I'm just going to use the bottom part, and I don't even know what piece this is. Is this even going to be big enough? Because I think you, I know. Are you guys like, okay, Jeannie, that is ridiculous. I know it's ridiculous. I don't know why I kept this. I'm going to use it. It's okay. Look, it works. It works. I don't know what that was from. It looks like eyes on a ghost, right? Yes. Haha. Crazy, crazy. I'm going to open this up a little bit and do the last 2. Okay, let's pull it taut. Pull inward, not upward. If you pull upward, it's just going to pop out of the hoop, right? Okay, I'm doing both layers. What? You got removed? What does that mean? Why? Who even decides that? Usually myself and Michelle go on and we approve stuff. I'm going to check it out. Whoop! Okay, that should be good. I'm going to hand tighten. And then I'm going to take my hoop tightener. Sorry. Okay. You guys know how fancy I am. Okay, this would be so hard for me to do with just my, just my little fingers here. And I've got to be careful because you know what? That other one's going to want to be right there. I didn't hoop totally straight. So, let's go ahead and another episode of Riding the Edge. All right, here we go. I might skip that middle one because I think it might run into this. So let's go here, and I'm going to go to the next one, which is this one down here. We'll go ahead and stitch that, and we'll stitch that. We're going to probably not stitch that one. And guess what? Now we're going to end up with just the original 3 that we were supposed to have. And one really icky one. That's okay. Instead of cutting back sides separately, I sandwich all front fabric Peltex. Kathy, that is so much smarter. Yeah, that's so much smarter. That's the way to go. I thought it was kind of silly to have it. I mean, it was just like so many. I had to regroup 3 different ways. And, Peltex by itself. And then the fabric on its own. And that makes so much more sense. Yeah, so much easier. Okay, next time it calls for that, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to waste my time and like suffer through all of that. Is this feels bulky over here. That feels like, okay, it's okay. That's so much smarter. I'm so glad that you mentioned that. Here we go. Oh, look, it's not pulling in those corners. Imagine that when you stabilize right, like they tell you to. That's why it's always best just to do what they tell you to do, right? And then if you decide it was too much stabilizer, the next time you can go, oh, that was too much, and you can take away, but you can't add. Not in the middle. I could have floated something, but that really wouldn't have worked. That's so funny, Renata. You know, I call mine land sharks because they're just always cruising. Congratulations. It was a good idea at the time. I'm sure she'll be great. It's so funny because Patrick always goes, if I get another dog, then we're going to get divorced, is what he tells me. And then, but lately, because he's been so in love with the dogs, he's been saying things like, because I always tell him, like, someday when I'm not working as much, I'd like to foster animals, like foster dogs. And he's always like, okay, then we're getting a divorce. And, but lately he's like, oh, maybe I could do that. Or he'll say, maybe I could do a puppy. He has said that. And I'm like, oh my God, that is so funny. Okay, here's my bowl of water and my Q-tip. Do you like that? Wow. Did you just see that? It just like broke. Okay, I don't know if I have the patience for this. I think I need to just dip them. I mean, it's going to take us 45 minutes. I'm just sticking them in. How do you like that? And then I'll just get a... I'm just so impatient. I'll get a paper towel and I'm going to blot them dry. There I go. Not following instructions again. Let me get a paper towel. So, you know how I went upstairs? I went, because I'm going to squeeze these out. And Kai had taken the dogs on a walk. Well, Kai goes, every puddle was frozen except for one. I walked up there and I was like, oh my goodness. The dogs are so muddy. And I have a fireplace in my room. It's just like a gas fireplace, but I'm going to put these over there and let them dry. Here we go, back to this. I'm sorry, I just couldn't do the Q-tip. It was just taking too long. Do you think the puppy's gonna love the chickens? I was just looking at my dogs and I don't, like, last night when we were on our night walk, a mouse came out of the you know, the sewer thing, the grate, came out of there and then ran in front of us, and the dog just kind of looked like I had a husky that was such a hunter, and he would have gone after them. I mean, if my dogs weren't on lead, they probably would have chased the mouse for sure. Oh my God, Susan, that's amazing. I wish we got 10 inches of snow. I just love the snow. I love the snow for my family because they all ski. And someday I'll ski again too. Okay, and then I just like literally just squish them between the paper towel and I feel like they're almost dry. They're like a little bit damp, but I would still just embroider with these. I'm not even gonna put them over by the fireplace. That's way better than the Q-tip. Q-tip was taking way too long. I just blotted it on the paper towel. Susan, I forget where you are. Where are you? I'm gonna go dump my water before I kick it over. That would be just like me. Okay, that looks so much better than the other ones. St. Paul. Have I ever been to, I don't think I've ever been to Minnesota. I feel like I've been like everywhere, but I don't know if I'm going to come visit. What did you get in the Central Valley, Renata? Like we got a little bit of snow in Reno. We got a ton of snow in the mountains. Okay, Kathy, that's the dog. After we got our dogs, and I'm like, these dogs are going to kill us because they're so high energy. Don't take this wrong. I went online and I looked up laziest dog and King Charles. The King Charles Spaniel was listed in all the listings, and I was like, that's the dog that I should have gotten. So I have a friend that has a King Charles Spaniel, and its name is Waffles. And my friend said to me, you never know how stupid a name is until you're running around the neighborhood screaming, Waffles! Waffles! Because I guess she said the dog will get out every once in a while, and so she's out in the neighborhood screaming its name, Waffles. He's super cute. And I keep going, that's the dog I should have gotten. They're so cute. Even talking about closing. Sharon, doesn't that like it breaks my heart to think about ski resorts not being able to open. Oh, he's far from lazy. I need a lazy dog. I want a dog that is basically, okay, I'm going to go ahead and stitch this one. I need a dog that's basically a stuffed animal that moves. And so, I don't know if you guys have seen Benny at the store. It's Dana's dog. And Benny's always up for a walk. He's always up for activity. But you can literally take him and like put him on a bar stool and he will just sit there like a stuffed animal. That's the kind of dog I need. Laszlo is a great name for a dog. I like that. Okay, I am going to see, because I feel like my first two snowflakes aren't that great. So I hate to make you sit through it, but I think if I can squeeze one more over here, I think I'm going to do one more. See, that sounds amazing to me. A dog that barks when it's excited. That's fine. And then runs. Yeah, that they can run. That's great too. I'm fine with that. So I don't know if I've ever missed a meal, but they have gotten the meals twice, and we're pretty good. Like it rarely happens, but yeah, every once in a while, because we'll check with each other. And you know, Poppy will help herself to her own snacks every once in a while. To be expected. Wow, Betty, you guys got flooding there too? All right, let me get ready. Get ready for the next block. I'm just going to go ahead and stitch in order. So let's go ahead and I'm going to stitch Let It Snow. I'm going to get hooped up for these. So Let It Snow is 2.5 by 4.5. I'm going to use my 5 by 7 hoop. I'm using my magnetic hoop. Let me clear an area because I've made a huge mess everywhere. Okay, I'm going to hoop up. There's my 5 by 7 hoop. This was, I think I was testing. This was when I was testing for Jeanne Babic, and I was wanting to make sure that the SVG was the same size, like was the perfect size, and it was. And I can still use this. I'm going to use it. It's going to be the back of the base underneath the embroidery hoop. Like literally, I'm not kidding you when I say I try to use everything. So I'm just going to use that. You're not going to see. We're not going to notice. Okay, so I'm hooped up and ready to go. We'll do Let It Snow as soon as this one is done. Bonus for 50. Oh my God. Okay, I had a conversation with Miss Jeanne and she was telling me about that. She was telling me that she was like, okay, you're gonna have to you get all these perks now that you're 55. And she was telling me how sometimes grocery stores that you get like a 5% discount at a grocery store if you ask for your 55 plus discount. So okay, let's lay it out there. What discounts can I get now that I'm 55? I think Denny's, right? I remember looking at something in Denny's, and I think Patrick was joking with me, being like, when you're 55, you can get a discount here at Denny's. So where can I get a discount? What do I need to take advantage of? There's got to be some perks, right? Oh my God, Betty, I'm just reading your message about your son's house being flooded. So sorry. Okay, Betty, we're going to learn right now. I guess I could Google it. Like, what discounts do you get at 55? There's got to be something good, right? It can't just all be poor vision and, like, achy joints. Trigger thumb. That's, like, not a perk. Okay, these look so much better than my other ones. Most restaurants. Do you just go, I'm 55, do I get a discount? My first snowflake doesn't even look like this. I was like, oh, look, it's kind of rounded on the end. I didn't realize that's not how it's supposed to look. I would have stopped at the first one. Senior discount. Am I a senior? Is like 55 senior? I thought senior was like 65. Wow, restaurants, parks. Oh, my mother-in-law was telling me, I think, can you buy like a lifetime pass to national parks? Is that right? Joanne's. I miss you, Joanne's. Okay, I'm going to do one more. I'm sorry that you have to sit through two that you know, but I'm going to do one more and it looks like it's going to fit. So I'm going to just go for it. Let's see. That's all the way near the top. So let's try it. I think it goes up just a little bit, but I think that's going to fit. I think we're going to be okay. Kind of does the outline first, so we'll see. This is the outermost stuff. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'm gonna do this last one. These will be the 3. I think I can use that top one too. The top left one. Does Kohl's not give the discount anymore? $55 and up. I don't know, 55 still feels so young to me. Okay, this will be 10 minutes and then we'll move on. National Park Lifetime Pass requires 62. Okay, got it. Got it. Patrick, so I've been watching, I love Ken Burns, who does American Experience on PBS. Or I guess he doesn't do American Experience, but he does those types of shows. And I was watching what's it called? The Civil War? I think it's the Civil War one. So I've been watching that. And Patrick asked me, he's like, oh, have you ever been to like Gettysburg or, which I've never been. I was like, I would love to. Like, I want to go to all those places. I think like Patrick and I will someday will be RVers. Wow, that is great. You know, Renata, he deserves it, right? If you've served for the country, like, that's a huge deal. That's a great discount. Good for him. Cheryl, does your husband go without you? Oh, do you have a hard time getting him to go? Is that what you're saying? Wait a minute. Does that look funny? Or does that look okay? Or is that just the undersew? Okay, I think that's okay. Oh, he's a homebody. I imagine someday when I'm not working, I'll be ready to go whenever Patrick wants to go. I'm just going to have to start doing some handwork. I'm going to have to get my machine, so I'd like the small machine that'll fit in the RV. Beloved, I think it's My beloved just showed up, but he's on the phone. Okay, we're gonna get this ready. And I'm gonna take my antlers and I'm gonna put them somewhere other than the bed of my machine, because I could imagine these laying here and then me sweeping them up and then stitching them down and then being like, what happened to my little, did I call them antlers again? What happened to my little snowman arms? You know what else you can do, which I thought was great, is OESD sells the dissolve away tape. So if you do get a little hole, you can just put the little dissolve away tape on it.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, Renata, did you see I hooped it? I rehooped. Yeah, that was a mistake, trying to use one layer. So the bottom ones have 2 layers, so they look much better. Yeah, you definitely want 2 layers. Don't do 1, or you're gonna have the ultimate fails I have underneath. I'm still gonna use that one. That one I think will work. But the other one, I don't even know what was happening. Those like little ends were like coming undone and curling under. It was bad. I love thrifting. It was almost like an addiction for me. Like thrift stores. And then, because it did get to the point where I would buy stuff and hide it from Patrick because he'd be like, you went again? And I couldn't even help myself. So, yeah, I rarely go thrifting anymore because I just go from here to the store and then back home again. It's just the thrill of the hunt at the thrift store. And then when you find something amazing at an amazing price, yeah, I don't know if I could full-time RV. Maybe I could. I don't know if I want to. Because I love being home too. I just like being wherever Patrick is. As long as he's doing what I tell him to do. Just kidding, kinda. These are going to be so super fun. I'm excited. We are almost done. Looks like I have about 1,000 stitches to go.
UPS dropped off.
You were there for UPS too?
I didn't And I stayed later because I was just doing the year-end finances. And I actually worked the whole time, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, we are done with Snowflakes. I am hooped up and ready to go I'm going to go ahead and I'll cut away the excess stabilizer on there. Don't rinse it into your sink. And then I know, look at this. This has a stitch out on it. That doesn't make a difference. I don't worry about that. I'm still going to use it. I had stitched out some SVGs. And just to test them to see if they were the same size, if the SVGs were the same size as the embroidery. Like I cut the SVGs on paper and I stitched these on the muslin. Hopefully that makes sense to you. Okay, I'm going to put in a color I can see. Just imagine that this is clear, that there was nothing on there. Don't let that confuse you. And I'm going to do the placement line. Oh, how about I load the design first, huh? I'm kind of gung-ho here. Finish embroidering. All right, here we go. So I'm going to go home. Okay to cancel? Yes, okay to cancel. I'm going to go embroidery, pocket, and where's my bookie book? Hopefully it's under here. Not that one. Here we go. This one. And we're going to put in our 2x4 vertical winter 12 design. And I'll look at this because this will show me what it is. So it's the snowflake design. That's what we're looking for. So I'm going to go here to the pocket. And I'm looking for the skinny 2x4. I think it's this one right here. You can always put it on. It'll tell you the size, 2.5 by 4.5. That's what we want. I'm going to go ahead and set it. I'm still using my 5x7 hoop. I'm just going to take this design and I'll flip it. So I'm going to go ahead and add. And we're going to come to the pocket and we're going to add Let It Snow. Let it snow, let it snow. Here we go. And on our spreadsheet, I would put this in, but we're going to have center alignment. Okay, so we're just going to do it like this. You can size here. Like anytime you size, you have to be in your main edit page, but you can still move and rotate in the embroidery page. So I'm in embroidery. I'm going to go layout, and there's my rotate button. So I'm just going to rotate, and I'll rotate 90 degrees to the right. It combines your two designs. So your advantage in doing it in this page is it puts them together. So both of them will rotate at the same time. My hoop is slid on, so I can go ahead and just hit the up arrow, and it won't go outside of my embroidery field. And now we're ready to go. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the placement line for the batting. And did I not hit the thread button? I did not hit the thread button. I do that like probably, I don't know, 25% of the time, let's say. And, you know, I'm not even going to go back because this is just a placement line. So let's just keep going from here. And this is the thread that I'm going to use for quilting. It's the Mint Hollow Shimmer. And I'm hoping that's one of the things that I got in my shipment today. Okay, gonna give this a little shot of spray, and I know he's not pretty, but it's still gonna look amazing. And I'm gonna use this. You probably wouldn't see this in your other fancy YouTube videos because they're fancy. We are not fancy at A1 Vacuum and Sewing, so I'm just using all of this up. Okay, I'm going to put this down next. I'm going to cover that because look, now you can't even tell that there was anything stitched on here. All right. I am going to do the tack down, so I'm going to go here. To go forward and backward stitches, you need to touch this button right here. So I'm going to go ahead and touch that. We're going to skip this because this is tack down for the batting. I already cut mine to size. This is going to be placement for the background. We already laid it down. We are going to do the tack down for the background. So go ahead and just hit start for that. And then we'll do our quilting stitch that goes in the background. Wait, Cheryl, so you guys have sheep? Explain that to me. Oh my God, do you guys, so in my past life, I also knit. So I'm a lover of yarn. I have not knit for a long time, but I can't believe how expensive yarn has gotten. But it's so beautiful, and the variety and all the stuff that you can get. Okay, I'm putting in my mint green Hala Shimmer thread. I'm going to use this for, I could use silver. I'm going to use this for all my quilting. It's just so beautiful. I'm going to slow my speed down. I'm finding my sweet spot to be 600 stitches per minute. I've gone back to just leaving my tension as is. So I'm going to go to 600 stitches per minute, and I will change it back when I'm done. And let's go ahead and stitch. And it might break. Just know it's high maintenance, but it's so beautiful. Sometimes there's a price to pay for beauty. A food mart. Thanks, Rita. Good to see you. Welcome from Florida. I mean, come on. It's gorgeous. So I know they had shipped me a whole bunch, so I'm hoping I can fill everyone's order. Some of you have been waiting. It's one of those things where there's not a lot of people that carry it in stock, and so I have to order it. And then I did order a bunch of extra, and then they order it. Oh, it is so beautiful. I did use the red the other day, and I didn't think it was as gorgeous as this. This one, I think the lighter colors look better. And then we're just going to stitch out the Let It. And the Let It's going to be, I think, in Persian. D, 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 D. D, D. Oh, no, Marlin. So we need Marlin next. I think my dogs would be scared of the chickens. They're big babies. And I think they're probably, like, it's in their blood not to, like, harm the livestock, right? For mine are Australian shepherds. So, all right. First thing I'm going to do before I forget is I'm going to turn my speed back up, because we do not want to stitch everything at 600 stitches per minute. We're going to go as fast as we can go. Let me grab my Marlin thread, which I'm almost out of. I need to grab another spool of this. The colors I didn't have at home were, that are in this, I didn't have space. Oh, Patrick was at the store. I should have asked him to grab it. Oh, well. Space and Storm. Those were 2 colors that I didn't have at home. Oop. Seems like I am. There we go. Got it. Got it. Got it. All right. Oh, I got to skip some steps. So right here, I just looked and I was like, wait a minute, that's not Let It. If you're not on the screen, you're going to go to this button right here where you go forward and backward stitches. We have to skip this. This is if you are not doing the background quilting, you're just doing the embroidery. Skip that, your tack down, and we're going to go to that one. Let It. Yay, now I feel like we're actually rolling. So So we're going to go ahead and finish stitching this out. Next block, we're going to stitch out the snow, and that one's going to be in 4.5 by 8.5. So I'm trying to decide what hoop to go into. I'm gonna do, maybe I'll do my 9.5 by 9.5. Okay, let me get hooped up. Because that extra 1/2 inch kind of bumps you. Where is my 9.5 by 9.5? Is this it? Nope. 10.5. My 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop is, so not a big deal. I'm gonna hoop up in my I'm gonna hoop up in my 7 by 12. And what I'm gonna do is, normally I will run my muslin vertically. I'm gonna run my muslin horizontally, and then I'll just take my design and I'll snug it all the way to the left. Go ahead and get ready for that one. And this is barely big enough to fit in here, but guess what? It works. It still works. For me, it's almost like a challenge. What's the least I can use to make it fit? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull it taut over on this side. Oh my God, it's already done. That was so fast. I love fast blocks, right? Okay, I'm hooped up, ready to go. Let's go ahead. Oh, it's so cute too. With that background quilting, it's just adorable. It's adorbs. Okay. Are you guys all okay? Let me see. Are you talking about the Hala Shimmer? Have you been like stitching it on the multi-needle? It's always perfect. Yes. Yeah, because I bet that tension guide does make it like so perfect, right? Because I watched a video from Gnold, and with them using the Hala Shimmer, because I wanted to see what they recommended, and they like stitch it out pretty full speed, and it was like amazing. So okay, we are done with this one. Let's go to the next. And I mean, I just love it. I've been using it for like all my background quilting because I can't help myself at this point. All right, I'm going to go here to my settings button, and I'm going to choose, wait, I don't want that. Let's go into embroidery, and then it'll take me to the page I want. Let's load our design, and then we'll do it. So we are going to do this one next. We're just cruising right along. So our background quilting is going to be the 4x8 horizontal and winter 12. And it looks like this. It is, let's see if it'll zoom in for us. There, the snowflakes. So design database transfer, 4x8. So it's going to be a tall and skinny. This one probably. And check your size right here. That's going to be right. I'm going to go ahead and set it. Doesn't fit here. So I'm going to go ahead. It depends. Like if you go in now, see how it took me to page 8. I'm going to use my 7x12. I'll just leave my speed where it's at for right now. And now we're going to add. So we're going to add the snow design. So let's go in here, pocket. Snow, where are you? It's right here. It's hard to see. Go ahead and set it. And then let's look at the directions. Center the block file with the quilting file. So you're just going to leave it as is. And I'm going to leave my design in that orientation. Not going to move it in this page because it will break those two apart. I'm going to just touch embroidery. And I'm going to go layout, move. And my hoop is slid on. I'm just going to scoot this all the way to the left. Okay. And then I can save all of that stabilizer or muslin or whatever you're using over here. I'm going to go ahead and say okay. And there's a little bit of waist, top, and bottom, but that's okay. I'm going to go to this button here. That's where you can go backwards and forward steps. I have Marlin in, which is a great color. I can see it. And I'm going to do my placement line for my batting. Let me grab my spray station. And remember, I stacked all my my batting pieces. So I'm just going to grab this one. This should be the next one. And then this should be the next one, and so on and so forth. And normally I would have grouped them and put them all together in a way with each of, with all of the blocks, all the fabric from the blocks. We're going to spray the wrong side because that's the side that's going to go down. Wrong side is the lumpier side. And let's go ahead and lay this down. And I always kept mine just a little bit bigger in hopes that the when it does the tack down, it might capture that, and like, because sometimes the batting can get pushed around a little bit. Okay, fabric. Where's my fabric? I need the big piece of gray fabric. So the fabric that you're laying down is your 6.5 by 10.5, long and skinny. This should be it. 6.5 by 10.5. That looks 6.5, 10.5. Yes. Okay. Gonna give this a shot of spray too, and then I'm gonna center it to that batting. You guys going skiing, Patrick? I like to feel and make sure it's pretty centered, and that feels great. We're going to skip some steps. So you need to be in the screen I'm in. This screen right here, if you're not there, this is how you get there. You touch this button where you go forward and backward stitches and whole colors. And we're going to skip that. That's the batting, tack down, and trim. We're cut to size. That's the background placement. And we want to do this. This is your tack down. You want to pick a color that you can see because you're going to fussy cut to this. So I have the Marlin in still. I got to remember, I need to grab Marlin, Storm, and Space. Tickle your fabric. Get your spatulas if you need them. Don't be reaching under that needle. Don't you do that. What's our next step? So we did our tack down. Read your instructions. Look at your screen. It's showing my quilting stitch. So here I go. I'm going to put this in, and I'm going to slow my speed down. Are you, Cindy, are you stitching at full speed with your Halo Shimmer on the multi-needle? and it's handling it like a boss. Sorry, I might be hitting my filming arm. Sometimes when I can't reach, they did put the cutter in their strangest spot. I did put a cutter here on my side, make it a little bit easier for me sometimes to cut, but just know that it makes the thread long and you have to pull it through. So, because the cutter where it is cuts it to the perfect length, so you don't usually, if you get a tail, it's going to be a tiny tail. This will have a much longer tail. But sometimes you do what you have to do. Oh, did I change my speed? I can't remember. I'm going to go to 600 stitches per minute. Oh, you're talking about on your meridian. A 10 needle stand. I'm on a 10 needle stand. See, mine's on a 10 needle stand right here. What's my problem? Oh my God, you just saw how messy the back of my table was. No idea. I don't know.
Lost it.
No, I didn't lose it. It's here somewhere.
It's in the
It's temporarily lost. I think maybe I put it in the pockets of what I was wearing. I'll have to look. I will look for it.
what you were wearing yesterday.
How many do you have, Cheryl? We'll see in a bit, Miss Susan. So, oh, do you think that's too bright? Because I could have done silver, but hopefully this will look good. I have a good friend, and his mom was a sheep gal, and they talk about it all the time. And yeah, I would love to have farm animals, but it's the time. It just takes so much. I want a farm of all mini animals, like a mini donkey and a mini sheep and a mini cow, and I want them to be moving stuffed animals. Okay, I had all this money and I lost it, so Patrick was just asking me. We had a plumbing issue yesterday. And so thankfully they were able to come out yesterday and fix it. And for the next step, yeah, if you're following the instructions, they're recommending right here that you're going to just use Cool Gray 3, which would blend in perfectly with the background. Mine is definitely going to be high contrast. Looks like we are going to be using, is it glitter? Yes, you want to get your white glitter. White glitter is next. This is a problem. This is literally all my leftover embellishments. I need something bigger. It's like, this is ridiculous, right? But I'm gonna see if I have white glitter in here first before I cut into this new piece, which is just ridiculous because I'm constantly just putting new pieces in here that never get used. Like, look at this. What's this from? This big piece. I have a big old piece because I was using scraps from in here. I'm going to take that to the store and put it in somebody's kit. I did have this separated out where I had like, and then the other day I just shoved it all in here. But now I'm insistent that I find some white glitter. Uh-oh, I broke. Okay, that's okay. Let me go ahead and rethread. Remember, the price of beauty. Patrick's playing with the dogs right now. Okay, and then from this screen, I can just go back. I'm going to go -10. Is that enough? I'm going to go -5. That should be enough. Okay, here we go. And now I'm still in search of some white glitter. White glitter! Okay, I need a better system. I need a bigger... Here's white glitter, and here's white glitter. Like, look at this! We gotta use this! Alright, there. That should be enough white glitter. Let's go ahead. We're going to put back what I just pulled out. This is not a good system, though. This is not good. You got to get some of this. This is what I've been using anytime I need vinyl now. It's this, like, holographic stuff. So cool! Isn't that cool? Love it. Looks like magic. It's like magic vinyl. Made by Elfin Magic. From Middle Earth. I know, that's why I think what we're going to do is after, when we don't have our dogs anymore, I think we'll foster. And that way we could have some freedom. Does he just love this sheep, though? Oh my God, he has 50. Oh my God. That's so funny that he said 50, but there's 105. I like his math. Was that just ridiculous, that scrap box? That was pretty ridiculous. So, LaDonna, that vinyl, it's on our affiliate. If you want to go through our affiliate, if you go all the way down to the bottom of the page, I think it might say, like, iridescent or holographic vinyl. And I got it from Amazon. But I love it. I love it. And it takes on whatever is behind it. But anytime my stuff is calling for vinyl, that's what I've been using. So I was using it in Sweetheart Street. So here is, this is plain vinyl from Sweetheart Street, right? And then this is that iridescent vinyl. Isn't it so cool? I just love it. I feel like it just adds like a little extra, it just looks so cool. I think I put it here too. You can see it on this window. And it looks great with everything. Everything. Anytime it calls for vinyl, that's what I'm going to use from now on. So, all right. Now what? Now what? Yes, it is so pretty. It's so pretty. I just love it. Okay, next step. It's the placement line. So what does it call for? Let me look at my instructions. Do we need to do a certain color? And it's showing on your screen. So peel the plastic. Mine's already peeled. Stitch the snow placement line. It wants you to do it in white. I'm going to take out my hollow shimmer thread. I could have used silver. So silver would have like blended in. I have this, where's my, I love this. This is Hollow Shimmer Silver. So if this is too much for you, you could get the silver. And maybe that would have like just blended more, like a little bit like cool gray, but still some sparkle. And I'm going to put my, you know what I'm going to put in? I'm going to put this cool gray in just because the glitter's going to cover the whole thing and the cool gray is going to be a little bit easier. Well, maybe it's not easier. See, hang on. I'm going to do white because it's white on cool gray. How about we just follow the instructions, Jeannie? So I'm loading up my white. I guess you load up the white because then you can see the white. You don't have to load up another color because that's what we're going to use to stitch down the glitter. Okay, placement stitch. Here we go. That vinyl, seriously, is so great. Yikes! That's hard to see, huh? I used it in my enchanted quilt too, that vinyl on my skates. Oh my goodness. It looked so good. Thank you so much, LaDonna. I mean, you could go straight on Amazon. Like if you looked, I can't remember though. I can't remember if it's holographic or iridescent. There's so many cool products out there. All right, I'm going to give this a little shot of spray so it stays down without me having to hold it down. "12 by 52-inch iridescent gem pattern clear film." All right, here we go. I think this is long enough. I'm going to just put this down. You want to make sure you're above that because it's probably going to be cut as desired. And I'm going to come down here. I'm going to check this side piece too to make sure. Perfect. I did give this a little shot of spray. Let's go ahead and slide it on. I know. Yes. This is a ratty piece. What do you see? I see a lizard. I don't know about you. I see a lizard. Thank you so much, Patrick. Okay. Let's see. Place the glitter, snow glitter, right side up, tape in place, stitch the snow tack down line with white, and then remove your tape. I already just sprayed it, so it's going to stay. The other thing I'm going to have is I'm going to use my little spatula. So if I do need an extra finger, this is what I'm going to use and not my finger. Oh, look at who's here. And you know why they're here? The only reason they're here is because of that. They're here because of this. That's what they smell. Look at, they both have their like noses in the air, and then Poppy's gonna see if she can get to it some other way. That's why they're here. I'm the sucker in the family.
No, Kai's just as big.
Oh, look at her. See? She doesn't care about me. She's here for eggs and toast. She's trying to figure out how to get to it. And I'm telling you right now, if I was not here, she would be on my couch and then on the table and then eating my breakfast. She just like popped up on the table. She didn't, just her front paws. She was being curious. She's like, what is that smell? It smells so yummy. Uh, Out of the dogs, Poppy helps herself often. In our house, you cannot leave anything. What did I leave? And I pushed it back. What was it that she ate?
It was like all too.
Yeah, it was all of it.
Piece of pizza.
Oh, yeah. It was my Whole Foods pizza. I had pushed it back and I thought it was out of her range, but I don't know. She got it. I came downstairs and she was eating that piece of pizza. The only thing she left is the crust. And poor Momo had been upstairs with me kind of cuddling. So he came downstairs and he got the crust, but she got the good stuff. Yeah, yesterday she got Kai's piece of naan. Okay, I want you to get your curved straight scissors. You're gonna trim this next. Curved straight's gonna allow you to get like the better outline. Like you're gonna be able to cut better with it. So the instructions say, what do they say? Trim the glitter as desired. When it says that, I like to leave about 1/8 of an inch. 1/8 of an inch to like a 1/16 of an inch. Then you're gonna press the glitter with a pressing cloth and remove from the block. So let's go ahead and take this out. If there's a lot of turning to do, then I do pull it out and I'm going to twirl the hoop in my lap. You know what's going to be hard for me is throwing this away because I'm like, well, what about that? Like I could fit a rocket right there. Yes! Okay, Wanda. I haven't used my scan and cut to cut vinyl. I didn't cut anything. I didn't pre-cut anything. Okay, that's my challenge for 2026. I am going to cut vinyl because I haven't. I'm a big chicken. I've just been cutting fabric. So would I have just put this on and what do I put it on? Do I put it on my do you put it on your low tack mat or do you put it on the standard mat and then just use the vinyl blade and do a test cut? Like, why am I such a chicken? Patrick, thank you. Everything. Even like on the go, like.
This is what we do, baby. That's what we do.
Okay, so the regular standard mat and just your vinyl blade. I know, I'm doing this one old school. I didn't even think about cutting on the scan and cut. I thought about, but this one I just went full on old school mode. So the thing with this though is I would want it just a little bit bigger, you know? So can you just like equidistantly just hit the to make it bigger? Do you just hit did you cut it to size, Wanda, or did you make it a little bit, did you size it up? That's what I'm asking. What I'm asking here is give me some more instruction on what I should do. I want to get that piece out of here, the stuff that's hanging over the edge. If I want it like a little bit bigger. So tell me if you cut it to size. Okay, I promise you that I am going to... I'm not promising you it's going to be the next project. I promise, because I don't like making a resolution that I'm going to break. Like finishing all my UFOs. Like, that's definitely not going to happen. But I promise you, in 2026, I am going to cut vinyls on at least one project. That's like, I can totally do that. Like, that doesn't sound like... And then I'll do it on one, and I'm going to love it so much I'll do it on all of them. But I do need to keep in mind that I like it to be a little bit bigger. You enlarged it a tiny bit in software. I can just do that right on the scan and cut though, right? Can I group the whole thing and just hit like enlarge? And then how many times should I enlarge it? Can I just enlarge it like twice? Like 2 clicks? For those of you that, because I need stuff to be easy. I need it to, I'm sorry, I can't throw this away. Look at it. This is huge right here. That's going to be perfect for something. But I need to group it. Like maybe I'll get some kind of organizer where I can just have glitter, and then my glitter pieces are, okay, that's another thing. This year, 2026, I am going to organize my Kimberbell scraps. I think that's totally doable for me too. What New Year's resolutions are you guys making? Have you guys made any? I feel like those are 2 that I can totally do. One is cut vinyl. And then the other, on my scan and cut. And then the other one is I am going to reorganize my Kimberbell scraps. Okay, I like that. Would you say, Wanda, that how much you enlarged it would be equivalent to like 1 click? Or do you think it's like 2 clicks? Or can you see it? Can you see like how much bigger it's going to be? Because I don't want to do trial and error, and I don't want to think. I want somebody to just tell me. This looks so cute. Does it look so cute? Yeah, and then I wouldn't have to cut out the center. Like, that's something I totally think is awesome when you don't have to cut out the center parts. Like, I don't know if I'll do another OESD freestanding lace project with just by cutting it by hand. I'm always going to do scan and cut. And the SVGs are so good and so perfect. I still don't really understand why they got rid of SVGs for Kimberbell. Because what I still feel very lucky to be able to take the create the applique fabric from that scissor button on my brother, but I don't like it when they're super far apart and you can't really move those. And maybe you can move it in software, but I don't know how to do that. I'm keeping the... Okay, come on, Jeannie. I can't help myself. I just couldn't. I'm sorry. I was weak. It went right into my scrap bin. Went right into there. Okay. Does that look so cute? All right, I'm going to do this now. Mine is to use my planner, document, and complete more projects. Oh, I know. I'm sorry I wasn't more on top of it with this one. You know, with having, like, doing the prep beforehand and sending you everything. But sometimes that's just how it Needs to be. Momo's saying, can I have some of your eggs? Is that just cute? Love it. It's adorable. Okay. Are we done? I think we're done. This one is done. We do have to press it down, but let's go ahead and let's do the next one. This one we'll just have to press. What's next? So next on the agenda, I think we're going to go back to the 5x7. Yeah, because it's 4.5 by 4.5. All right, let's rehoop. We'll just do it right here. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. That's a good song because it's just winter, right? So when you say your planner, do you have like a digital planner or is it like a paper planner? It's been like, I used to buy so many different paper planners and I've finally made the, look at this guy. He can't take it anymore. He can't take it. Look at him. Momo, mommy will share with you. Just give me a minute. I know. It's so mean. It's torture. I know. Mommy's so mean. I always share with them. Because people are like, it's just a dog. Yes, I know, but he knows what tastes good. And like, why should I have like 10 snacks a day and he should have none? Like, that's not fair. So I share with my dogs. Because to me, they're just children in fursuits. That's what they are. And they like variety and they like flavor. Okay. I know. Okay, I'm hooped up, ready to go. Just disregard that. That was just a test. Let me take my snow block out. It smells so good you can't take it anymore. I know, my love. Oops, this is going to tell me to change to a larger hoop because I just slid this on. My 5x7, the last design was in my 7x12, so I'm going to take that back off again. And you did 5 of the design in this project on... Oh, did you? Oh, you're on the road. Yes. Yeah, I know. Once you're used to like the big machines, it's hard. That's why I actually took home, somebody traded in Navanera. I took it home and then I was like, no, I took it back because I'm not on the road. And we're going to the 5x7 hoop. 5x7. And like, I want all the bells and whistles. Oh, look, I left it. We're going to go back up to 1050, which it'll change to the fastest speed. Momo, just give me a minute, okay? I'm going to go home to clear my screen. Let's load. So we want this quilting design, so the big snowflake one, and it's Winter 12 4x4 horizontal. Oh, you're trying to get to it? I'll share with you in just a little bit. It's probably this one. Yeah, 4.5 by 4.5 snowflake. That looks horizontal to me. I'm going to go ahead and set it. Let's look. Does it match? Yep, matches. Add. Go to your pocket. And now we're going to go and load the coffee cup. We're just cruising along. I'm probably only going to do a couple more because, like I said, I do want to go to the store and get a couple things out. I know I'd put till 4 o'clock. This is the cup. Wait a minute. That's not the cup. Here's the cup. There we go. Okay, set. And it wants you to center it. And we don't have to do anything else. We're going to touch embroidery to combine our designs. And then in this page, it will let me move this all the way up the page because look, my hoop is not slid on. So if you want it to not go outside of your embroidery field, you have to slide that on. I'm going to fluff my fabric in the back, make sure it doesn't get folded under. And now I'm going to go ahead and move it up. So I'm going to touch my layout, move arrows, and I'm going to scoot it all the way up and we'll say okay. And I think that's it. I'm going to go here to this button where I can go forward and backwards stitches because I'm going to skip some stitches. I have white in there right now. I think I'll see white on the muslin. And just disregard that. I was just using that as a, we're not threaded, as a little sample stitch out. And let's grab our 4x4 piece of batting. And let's grab our pouch that has the right fabric in it. And this is what you want right here. All right, I'm going to give everything a shot of spray. I did not pre-cut, so we're going old school, which means tack down, placement, tack down, and trim. There's my placement line. I'm just going to put this in here. And make sure there's nothing icky on the back of your fabric. You know what makes the dogs come running? Whipped cream. When they hear that sound, oh my goodness, they come running. I try not to give them that stuff because I don't want them to get cavities because my dogs are not the dogs that let you brush their teeth. They do not. Get him. Do you see him? He wants that so bad. Okay, here we go. Let's skip some steps and then I'm going to have to take a bite of my meal to get it out of the way. Okay, that is the tack down for the batting. Placement for the background. Tack down for the background. I'm going to put it in a color that we can really see. So let's put in my Persian. Hi, Poppy. I know. Okay, Mommy will give you a little bit in just a minute. Hi. Okay, here's our tack down. We'll do when we're quilting, then Mama give you... No, you gotta get down. You're using me. This is just her using me. Because she'll come over and sit on your lap, and then she'll turn her head and try and eat whatever you have. Okay, let's go ahead and put in... I'm going to put in my Hala shimmer to do the quilting. I'm looking at my screen, making sure that I'm seeing what I want to be doing. Yes, I want to do that quilting stitch. Let me change my thread out. I mean, Patrick's been on the go this morning. He got up, walked the dogs, and then he went to the store to make sure that the packages showed up, and then he was there most of the morning. Now did he leave? Did they leave? Now they're going to the ski resort. I can't tell if that threaded or not. I don't think it did. They're going to Palisades to ski because guess what? We're supposed to get rain now. Rain to 8,000 feet. So that base, if it would just stay cold. It's the issue right now. It's just not staying cold. Okay, this is going to be 2 minutes of stitching. That's enough time for me to eat my eggs with my hot sauce. And I always save a couple of bites for the dogs. any of you guys follow Catherine Hagel? Because she has all these recommendations, and I'm like, are those all right? So I was interested because she has I think she has her own dog food. I didn't even notice my bobbin's almost empty. I don't even think I slowed my speed down. Did I? I don't think I did. I better get all the hot sauce off my hands before I start touching stuff. Here's a napkin. Alrighty. Let me look at the instructions. It made it all the way through that. I'm going to go ahead and take my thread out first. No breakage. And I think I was at full speed. That felt fast. Let me look. I don't remember turning it down. Yeah, I was at 900. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe you got to go full speed. Okay. So, and if you're just doing the color that they recommend, you are going to use Cool Gray 3. And we're going to do glitter again. So we're going to stitch the cup line. F, I think, is hickory. How do you know what color it is? Because I put it in the spreadsheet if I make one. But if you go back to this page, F is Persian. That's what they want? Yeah, Persian. Let me go ahead and grab my Persian. That's this beautiful blue that goes so perfectly with 8257 Q, which is the fabric we've been waiting for. I've been waiting for that fabric. Which reminds me, I need to place an order. I sent a note to my rep at EE Shank saying, can you send me my back order report? Because literally I will just keep ordering because I can't keep track. It's so hard and their site's hard to navigate. All right. So we are I'm looking at my screen, make sure that you're seeing that they want a placement line. If you're doing scan and cut, all you do is the placement line, and then you put your fabric, pre-cut fabric down, and you fuse. But for me, I haven't done that, so I'm going to put my fabric down, I'm going to do the tack down, and then I'm going to trim. Old school. No, the thread I'm using is called Hollow Shimmer. I'm actually going to be doing an order with Ganold. If you want a big one like this, we do them for we don't make any money off of it. I do it for $40, $40.99, or you can buy the little spools. The little spools, no, Poppy. The little spools are like this, and they're $4.99. I think we just got some more of this in. And this is mint green. This color is called mint green. This color is called Most Beautiful Ever. That's what I really like to call it because it is the most beautiful ever color. All right. Go ahead and do your tack down. And then you're going to trim.
You see my Crocs?
Your Crocs? you know what I have to do? I literally have to eat, and then I have to show them my empty plate, and then they will finally believe that there's no food left. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and trim, and then we're gonna do that satin stitch on the very top. And this says trim close to the stitch line. When it says close to the stitch line, and as long as it's not too thick, I like to use my Kimberbell snips. I think these are the best snips out there right now. And I've gone through quite a few of them. I was using my Havel's snippies, and I still love those, but I think these are even stronger. It could be me. It could be me just making it up in my head, but I'm always going to show you what I think is best, because that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to use what I think is best. So I went from my titanium Fremore snips to my Havel's, and now I'm using, maybe they're not stronger, but I think they are. Okay, go ahead and do your satin stitch on the top. You're still going to use Persian. Poppy, you're not getting over there. No, that's not for you. We are doing this right now. Stitch the upper rim satin outline, and then we're going to stitch the cocoa fill, and I think H is hickory. And then we'll come back to Persian. So get your hickory next. Hickory! I love a paper pen. I love paper. I just love paper books. I like magazines. I like newspapers. I like everything in paper, but I have finally made the transition over to using my Google Calendar, and I'm super dependent on that at this point. Okay, let me just confirm that H is hickory, because that's up next. Oh no, H is spice brown. Okay, you're going to get your spice brown. Good thing I checked that. Spice brown. So let me grab my spice brown. Here it is. Right there. That is the color of a good cup of joe. My screen says dark olive. I'm going to put this in. Maybe I should have done that with silver. What do you think? You think it'll be okay? It'll be okay. I've gotten very bold with my quilting. Sylvia, isn't that funny? I literally will finish, and then I show them the plate, and then Momo will turn his head and look so sad. Okay, all gone. Okay, get down. Come on. Get down. Does that even fit you?
Huh?
It looks like a child's jacket.
Well, this does not.
It does fit. Okay, next, guys. You are going to put in... The men of my life are leaving right now. We're going to put the Persian back in. So go ahead and grab your Persian. Is that, I mean, in our house, I think Kai is the bit. I'm not a sucker. Like, I plan on sharing with them. Like, so they're not suckering me. Right, Patrick?
What?
They're not suckering me because I plan on sharing with them. It's not like, oh my God, look at them. They're so cute. I have to share.
No, they
Like,
suck you all the time.
they do not sucker me. Did you know they got 2 walks right after you left Kai walked him? The egg was great, thank you. Cute coffee cup. I just love it. Patrick will give him a little too. The other day, well, it was a while ago, but Patrick was eating something, and you know what his treat was for them? They got to lick his fingers. And I was like, what? Like, that's your treat? They get to lick your fingers? It's all gone, puppy. It's all gone. Have fun. You turn that back on? Patrick, will you turn my light back on? Have fun. Love you. Be safe. Be careful, please.
You have a food
Okay. Chunky dogs don't need treat. Momo's pretty skinny. So, I mean, we give him a little bit. We don't give him a ton. And Poppy's a little bit chunkier, but I think it's her body type. She's just big boned. Right, Poppy? She's just curvy. No, there's nothing there. It's all gone. Okay, this is going to be it's about halfway done. I will be right back. I'm going to take my plate upstairs so there's nothing for them to eat. So they don't have false hope. I will be right back. Come on, let's go upstairs. I'll give you a treat. Come on. but they wanted to go out with their bully sticks. All right. Ooh, look at that cup of coffee. Does that look so cute? All right, next step is we are going to stitch the marshmallow placement lines in white. Dad is the one that feeds them. Okay, placement line. Oh my goodness. Guess what? Look at little pieces of glitter, which this is going to be perfect for it. See, my hoarding is reinforced with stuff like this. When I can use this, I'm like, see? It made sense for me to keep that piece. Otherwise, I would have thrown it away and I would have been like, I should have kept that piece. It would have been perfect. And I didn't. All right, I'm going to go ahead and spray this because I think this part right here will be perfect. Here we go. Oh my God, it's so big. I'm like, this is way too big. All right, we're going to go ahead and do the tack down. Let me make sure, stitch the tack down. Again, this would have been great with Scanica. I just could have just popped them down. I need to remember when I do my vinyls to, that I'm going to make the vinyl a little bit bigger. And in case it's moving around, get your little spatula out so you can hold it down. I hope the last one's in the right place. I think it'll be fine. And I think we have more kits in at the store. So if you haven't gotten a kit yet, this one's a fun one. You know, it's not going to take you like a week to do. Okay, we're going to trim them. Trim the glitter as desired. So that means curve straight. Curve straight is the way to go. Hi, Miss Linda. Yeah, no, I don't do 20 or 30 treats a day. My dogs they probably get like, I don't know. So you know something we give them, and they're dental chews, and it's like dog food. But we give them, they're more like a treat for them. But my dogs have really great teeth. And my vet always talks about how good their teeth are. And it's from those dental chews. So they're just like giant kibble. And I think the idea is that the crumbs like get into all the cracks and crevices, and so we give them a couple of those at night, like 2 or 3 at night before they go to bed. And then during the day, like they might get a bully stick. And then we have like, I don't know, just like little treats that they might get too. But I do give them a bite of whatever I'm eating. Not all the time, but a lot of the time I will. When I'm live feeding, sometimes I'll give them a bully stick or something. It's kind of like giving a kid an iPad just to keep them busy for a little while. All right, there are my marshmallows in my cup of coffee. And remove the tape, trim the glitter, stitch the steam detail. So that's the last thing we're going to stitch out. Stitch the steam detail in white. All right. I already have white in. I feel like the steam should be a different color, but we'll just go with the white. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to stitch the heart fill and satin outline. That's in color D, which to me looks like marlin. So grab your marlin next. Hope I have enough marlin. I got to remember I need marlin. Those dental kibble are so good. You need a prescription from your dentist to get them, but they sell them on like Chewy, and I'll take a picture of it and send it to you. And if I forget, email me, but I'll take a picture of it. I've tried the whole brushing their teeth, and I've just been really unsuccessful. I bought the chicken flavored toothpaste, and they just like bite the toothbrush, and I've watched these videos where like the dog just sits there and I'm like, my dog would never let me just brush their teeth. I saw some video where this guy gave their dog a ball, and then the dog had the ball in its mouth, and then he brushed their teeth. I was like, ooh, that's really clever. I should try that. But the kibble works really well. Their teeth aren't perfect, but for their age, they're pretty good. Yeah, these aren't greenies. These are like, they're kibble. It's like giant dental kibble, and we get it from the vet. I'm gonna run upstairs while this is stitching. I'll bring the bag down. Whoop. Okay, this is it. It's Hill's Prescription Diet Dental Care. And they're big. So they're like that big, you know, like little nuggets. And we'll just give them like, 2 or 3. That's kind of the routine. We like go upstairs, they jump on their exact same spots on the bed, and we give them like 2 or 3 of those. And that's their toothbrush. That's the lazy man's toothbrush. Cute. What are we doing next? I haven't even been paying attention. After we do this, let's go ahead and do the mittens. Mittens are also going to be in this hoop. So we're going to rehoop with this. Or I better seal that bag. One day, I don't know, they got into, we have it in the living room in front of, Patrick has he's got like a bookshelf. So they were in there. And Momo had his head full on in the bag, just eating as fast as he could, where you had to like grab them and pull them so hard. And then they are leaning so hard, just trying to get as much in their mouth as possible. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and slide this off. Here is, so far we've got Let It Snow. We've got our little cute cup. And I'll press these down. Mine aren't perfect, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. We're going to rehoop. So I'm going to lift this up. I usually leave one embroidery on, so we can get close to that one. But then I'll cut it off. I don't keep leaving them on. I have, and then they roll under and they get stitched down. I'm like, where's that embroidery? And then I'm like, oh, look, it folded under and got stitched down. So I usually will leave one on and cut the other one off. When I cut it off, I cut it from the back side. So I'm going to go ahead and flip this over. We're going to cut this off, and I look at the line in between. And then I will press this and trim it. You want to make sure you don't cut right on that line, because usually we're going to fussy cut. It's usually about 1/8 of an inch, 1/16 of an inch away from that. And then I will just move this one up. And I use muslin because I like the way it feels. And I think muslin at this point is a more economical, and I like it. I don't want to call it a stabilizer because it's not a stabilizer, but just the base that you can embroider on. And I will use muslin anytime I'm doing like a bench pillow, a Kimberbell quilt. There, that's good. Because you know you're going to have about 2 inches in between, even with it that far away. But that's kind of my guide, about like a 1/4 inch sticking out. Okay, next one up. What time is it? 2:02. This might be my last one, guys. I think this will be the last one that I do, because I am going to run to the store. Sometimes I will fold these up and clip it, because I have had these roll under too. Let me see. I think we're okay. Okay, what's next? Mittens? Mittens. All right, so I'm going to go home to clear my screen. I'm going to go into embroidery, and it wants this cute little mitten background quilting, which is Winter 11 4x6. So we're going to find that. I'm going to touch the pocket. I'm going to go here where I transferred via Design Database Transfer. Okay, if you're not using Design Database Transfer, I want you to make that a goal. Just to try once. If you hate it, you never have to do it again. But if you love it, you'll go, oh my God, that was so easy. And that's the wrong size. That's 6.5 by 8.5. This is called dating. You're not committing to anything right now until you hit the word set. That's like I do. So let me try that one. That's it. That's my 4.5 by 6.5. I do. And we are going to add to this the mitten design. And I already put up, this is my 5x7 hoop, so you know exactly how much space you have there. And I'm going to go ahead and add the mittens. These mittens remind me of the ones I had when I was like a kid. Wait, I'm not seeing mittens. Did I not transfer the mittens? Looks like I didn't. Okay, that's okay. Where's my computer? Where are you? Just going to do Design Database Transfer. Hang on a second. Ugh. Here we go. I'm going to look right here. This is where I find stuff. Search, and this is like recent. So Design Database Transfer, and I need my mittens. So let it snow. Gotta wait. There are my mittens. I don't know how it didn't get... Oh! Remember how I was telling you? Gotta select your machine first. That wants to send it to a machine at the store. So I'm going to go Eevee. I'm going to select my mittens. I'm going to do my down arrow, and I'm going to hit send. And that's it. Done. So much easier. And then you don't have to worry about, oh my God, I can't find my USB. You don't have to worry about your USB going bad. Somebody's calling. Hang on, let me put this back on this stand. I will call them back. Let me just make sure it's not patching. Everything's okay. All right. All right. We got to get out of here because I have to kind of reset that. So I'm going back to the pocket, back to Design Database Transfer. There's my mittens. I'm going to go ahead and set it. And they do. They go up and down just like the way they are. And according to this, 4x6 center. They're centered. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to just touch embroidery. My hoop's on. I mean, I don't have to, but it'll save me like maybe an inch. I'll get an extra inch out of this. So I'm going to go lay out, move, and I'm going to scoot it up. You get a little bit. Sometimes I remember, sometimes I don't, because when it's that little, I don't always take advantage of that. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we are going to do, I just hit my button so I could see the screen from which we can skip steps. And I'm going to grab my fabric. You're going to want the blue honeycomb fabric and the snowflake fabric. Depends on what kit you got. There were 2 different snowflake fabrics. I'm like sad that they, ooh, why did that, hang on. I'm sad that they discontinued the snowflake fabric. Kimberbell put in their sample is we can't even get it anymore. So I did find 2 different snowflake fabrics. And I think these look great. I think they both look amazing. Oops, wait a minute. Batting first. Focus, Jeannie. Focus. 4 by, oh my goodness. I just almost leaned on my hoop and pushed down really hard where it would have broken. One side was hanging off the ottoman. Okay, batting first. Then background fabric. And then we're going to skip some steps. So we are going to go to, that's the tack down for the batting. That's your background placement. And that's the tack down for the background. And I'm just going to leave my marlin in there. You want a color that you can see that's going to contrast. Don't use white. I used to match it. And then when I went to trim, I'd be like, that's really hard to see. And this is going to get either cut off or sewn in your seam allowance so the color doesn't make a difference. I mean, should I go with this instead? I'm going to do silver. I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to be wild and crazy. Let's go ahead. We're going to do silver. All right, go ahead and do your quilting stitch. It's going to be little mittens. Aha! Good to know, Miss Sylvia. Oh, that looks so good too. I love it. Look at me being wild and crazy. I'm not even slowing my speed down. Full speed. Doesn't that look adorable? Alrighty, let me go ahead and take that out. And what are we doing now? Placement line for the, now we're going to do stitch the mitten base placement line, and you're going to do that in marlin. Don't forget, Jeannie, marlin space storm. Marlin space. And there was one other thing that I wanted to get. I thought to myself, I should really make a list. This is what I do. Sometimes you guys call them like, okay, I'll remember. Not even putting it on the list. And then your stuff shows up. I'm like, who was that for? So if ever you are waiting to hear from me, then call. But sometimes I have your stuff and I'm like, who was that supposed to go to? Good boy. Hang on, I'm coming. So they went out to eat their bully sticks, and you never know if Momo got to eat his or not, because sometimes Poppy will just take it. Take it. There's nothing up there, Pops. Get down. Get down. Ooh, your feet are dirty. All right, let me put this half-use. Why am I doing that? No half-use bobbins. Where is... I'm going to use these. If you want to... Sorry, I'm hitting my phone here. If you want to give them a try, these are the dime ones, and they come in these adorable little jars. Look at that mess, though. Okay, so I'm going to use this. These are 60 weight thread. Hang on. I just like 60 weight in my bobbin. I will use an 80 weight sometimes. Your embroidery thread is a 40 weight. Hang on. I'm just cleaning up this mess. They feel really cottony. I kind of like that. Mommy doesn't have anything. Okay, we're ready. Let me go ahead and pop this back on. This is a placement line, so I'm not even going to go back 10 stitches. I will for a tack down, because that's like important stuff. But for this, I'm just going to go ahead and restart. And where is... I've already sprayed my embroidery fabric, my applique fabric. Let me go ahead and lay that down. So, Sylvia, did you use that kibble before, too? Now we're going to do the tack down, and you're going to do that in marlin as well. And then we're going to... Oh, wait! Sorry, went on autopilot there. Let me go ahead and take that out. We want to put the foam down, and we did include foam in your kit. So, I don't know if all the stores did it, but we... I mean, I try to, like, I really, really take care of you with your kits. And with these, with the square pillows, sorry. Let me just cut this off. We wanted to kind of include everything. So the foam was included. And I'm going to go through my little scrap bin because, look at here. I have so much foam. You know what I'm sad about? I'm sad about the Kimberbell foam because their foam used to be super thin and now it's thicker and I'm not sure why, but ooh, good thing I saved the small pieces, huh? Right? You're like, oh yeah, you did. That's gonna fit, but we got to do this one first. This is you're gonna be cutting this right at the stitch line. So I'm gonna go back to the very beginning with the tack down. You're like, you saved that? Yeah, I did. Look, I'm using it. Good choice. All right. I better get my spatula because I could see this kind of rolling in on itself. Look, it was perfect, like it was meant to be. I'm going to go ahead and hit my start stop button because I'm going to have to, it's not going to want to stop and it's going to want to stitch the next piece. And before it does this, I don't know where my snips are. I've lost them. I'm just going to go ahead and Use my double curved. I love my double curved. Foamy foam. Yeah, so in our kits, there's foam. And it's the Kimberbell foam. But like I said, I was sad because I really loved, the foam was super, 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 is that going to be big enough? Do you have another piece? Okay, Jeannie, come on. You can keep those, but they're not big enough. How about this, guys? Okay, there we go. We'll do it right there. See, this stuff is like puffier. This is like just the regular Peltex. Ooh, stop! Did you see that? That's what you get. Sometimes when you're like using like little scraps like this, oop, then you get this nonsense. Uh-oh. Okay. That was me not being able to stop it in time. Oh my goodness, did I cut my fabric? No, I didn't. Okay. We're good. Hang on, let me just dislodge that. That was a fail. Sorry about that. Let me just go back and we'll get it in a different spot. So minus 10, minus 10, minus 10, minus 10, minus 10, and minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, plus 1. That was like, because it's puffy. Oh, this looks pretty thin. Do you see the difference? That's like Kimberbell old, and like the new stuff is much thicker. This might be Peltex though. So I think soft and stable is really, really thin too. So when I can't remember, there's a project that we're doing that's coming up. And, oh, for the Minky Kim bags, I'm going to put this big piece down so it doesn't get pushed around like that. Okay, let's try that again. You're like, that's a big piece? Yes, this is a big piece. That's a big piece. You try to cut it on the Scan and Cut. So honestly, I've never, I'm a one-trick pony. Did you use your rotary blade? Which blade did you use, Miss Cindy? Get me to trim this. Because I think Michelle has cut foam before, but maybe it's too poofy. Could have been too poofy. And like even if this one, I wouldn't do this block with Scan and Cut because I feel like the fabric, just to get it to cover and be just right, I would be worried. So if there's ever foam in it, I would like hand cut that. I would do it like the old-fashioned way. Because of the loft of the foam. Okay. Let's cut this. You saw how crazy that got too, because it was so thick. The thinner stuff is way easier to use when you're doing this. And my scissor tips aren't quite sharp enough. you know what I need, and I can't find them. Where are my KB snips? Here they are. All right. All right, I'm going to slide that back. Now are you ready? So the next step I'm going to skip. So the next step right here, we did the flexi foam, we stitched the tack down, and we trimmed. The next step is the placement line. You don't need that. You know exactly where the fabric's going to go. So I'm going to skip to, and then I am going to place my fabric, and I'm going to do the tack down. So blue is placement. I'm going to go to the next step. This gold is tack down. So I'm going to put the fabric down, and then I'm just going to tack it down if I can find it. Oh, here it is. And I already sprayed it, so I'm just going to push it down, and now let's do our tack down. We're going to trim the fabric close to the stitch line. Let me look at your comments. Kathy, sometimes somebody out there has a poor season in Vegas got a kit where we put, I think, 4 of the same fat quarters. She was supposed to have 4 different fat quarters. And but we'll always make it right. I felt so, and you know, I sent her out her other fabric. And but if ever anything happens, just reach out. Please reach out. I want everything to be perfect. And the idea that you might have something that's not perfect, but you know, we're human. Sometimes we make a mistake. Sometimes we go into, like, when we have 96 kits to do, sometimes we go into autopilot. And anyhow, yeah, always reach out. I was like, what? You got 4 of those and none of the others? I've been cutting more kits because, you know, Lori hurt her wrist on Thanksgiving. She fell and broke her wrist. And Lori's our main kit girl. So Lori's been cutting with one hand. And she uses her ruler, her quilting ruler, and then puts weights on top and cuts with the opposite hand. So the rest of us have been cutting more kits. We're like, hey, Lori, how about you just put them together? Okay, there we go. Cute little mittens. So I was at the store. So I had to redo some of the home sewn kits. I didn't have to redo them because we just started putting them together. But what I noticed is their embellishment kit, you know, they have embellishment kit. And usually all the embellishments for the project are in the embellishment kit. Well, they luckily did send me one. And I was like, wait a minute. There's no embellishments in this kit other than the cute little panels, like the mini quilts. That's the only thing in them. So then I had to hurry up and try and get all the other stuff. So they'll all be in your kit. I was like, should I just kit without? But then I just ended up getting everything because I want it to be perfect for you. Okay, we just did this. We trimmed. Now we're going to stitch the mitten detail. Go ahead and put in your amethyst, and then we'll do the satin outline in Marlin. Yeah, because there's, I mean, you guys are gonna get felt. It did call, like, some of the recommended fabrics were the, I mean, micro velveteen, and I just realistically can't find some of that stuff. So you'll have felt for it, and if you find something different that you want to use, you're welcome to do that. But we're gonna do the little rope with the hearts on it. Yeah, because Cindy Lehman, if you're here, I was like, oh my god, I can get Cindy's kit out, and then I couldn't get it out because I'll show you what I'm talking about. So here's home sewn. So cute. April, May, and June. And this is the embellishment kit. So it has the mini quilt panels, which you gotta have, right? Like all of the little mini quilts from like Hello Sunshine, Love Notes, Enchanted, old and new. And then it has the twine and it has clothespins. So every time they've had an embellishment kit, it's always been all the embellishments. So I didn't worry about it. Then when I was putting everything together, I was like, wait a minute. I was looking at the little listy list. Where's my listy list page? Obviously can't even find it. Like, for instance, this is June, and then there was all this other stuff. It was all this other, micro velvet and felts. And I was like, wait a minute. I grabbed my kit again. I was like, are they in here? I was like, they're not in here. So then I had to, like, kind of figure out where I was going to get all of that. Because I, anyhow, it's me just complaining. Complaining. Okay, you're going to put in your white. Don't worry. I took care of it. Your kits will be complete and they're going to be gorgeous. Although you're not going to have the micro velvets because I just couldn't find them in the colors that they needed. But you'll have pretty felt that will go. Okay, here's the white. It's going to do the white detail. And you know what? I'm going to see if I should raise my foot. I'm going to raise my foot a little bit because I don't want it to be pushing that foam. So this is your foot height. We want our foot height to go higher. So let's just try that. And you need to remember to put your foot height back again. Because if you don't, it can cause all sorts of issues. Oh my goodness, I know. Well, so we used to take our other dogs and get their teeth done. It's so expensive. So I'm hoping we can somehow avoid that. Okay, once it's done with this, I'm going to return my foot height. Cute. So cute. And then we're going to put the marlin back in. We got to get all our projects done because we start mini quilts in February. Okay, I'm going to put marlin back in. I got to send myself a note. Don't forget the marlin. Don't forget your foot height back. If you leave your foot height too high, it'll cause your thread to break. So just make sure you don't forget. I'm going to come back into my settings, and it's really easy to go back to default because it's in the black box, so you'll always know. And go ahead and hit start, and it's going to stitch out the satin outline on the mittens, and then it'll stitch the tops and cuffs filled. Oh my goodness, my Momo, he loves everything. He loves, I fed him pineapple the other day. Don't worry, I don't give him grapes or almonds. But I don't think pineapple's bad for him. He loves oranges. He loves oranges. And he loves apples. He'll eat banana, but he's not crazy, but loves sweet potato. Poppy's pickier. You would think with her full figure that she wasn't, but she is. All right, this will be the last block. So I think what we're going to have left to do is the snowman. And if I don't finish it today, we will meet again next Monday. I'll be here next Monday to stitch. So I'll stitch out the snowman and the piece blocks. We'll see what we can get done next Monday. I don't think I have anything scheduled. So let's plan on next Monday. Miss Lanny, were you stitching today? On the 6x10, the only problem I had to adjust. I gotta put it on our page. I'll send a note to Graydon, but Susan Alba sent me her directions. She's got a 6x10, uses a 6x10, and she sent me detailed instructions, and she does use software, I'm not sure which one, on how she does background quilting with her 6x10 hoop. So send me a reminder, Cindy, and then I'll send a reminder to Graydon, and we'll put that on the website, on the Sewalong page. Well, I felt like we got a lot done, but I'm looking around and it doesn't look like a lot. I think it was those darn snowflakes, and I was busy prepping, right? And I'll see a bunch of you on Friday. It'll be our first day back to the store, but I'm going to be stitching out January's mistletoe block. Cute. And you could do a different color top to your mittens if you want right now. I'm just going to go ahead and hit start and do the tops and the bottom in the same marlin. Hopefully I have enough thread. We welcome everyone here. Lanny, if you have any questions, it's been a while. I used to have a Memory Craft 15,000. But if you ever have questions, I mean, maybe I could help, maybe not. Have low expectations of me. This is 6 minutes of stitching. And maybe in between now and then I can get a supply list done too. That's what I should be doing. I shouldn't be here talking so much. I should be putting together the spreadsheet. This was fun though, wasn't it? Perfect way to spend the day. I'm going to go to the store and I'm going to work on getting any mistletoe out that I can. You've been waiting for that Valentine thread, and that's what's at the store that I've been like, oh my God, where is it? Oh my goodness, did you just say it's thousands? Because we haven't done it since we had our other dogs, and that was back in, I think Haiku passed away in 2008. And so for the majority of that, we lived here, we lived in Vegas, and I want to say it was maybe like $200 or $300 to get their teeth cleaned. And so how much does it cost now? Wow, that's so crazy to think that it's thousands in Idaho, but only hundreds in Washington. I'm going to have to shop around and see where I need to go. Who lives out by me? Where do you guys get your dog's teeth done? I know, it's so cute. If you've been holding back on getting this, you should get it. It's really cute. It's really sweet. That is crazy, Sylvia. I guess we're going to road trip up to Washington. We'll have to road trip up there and get their teeth cleaned. So we got done this one, Let It Snow, with that awesome thread. We got done this one, which I do have to still, whoops, how did that happen? I have to go ahead and fuse that down. So cute. The mittens and the little arms, which I don't know where I put those now. Oh, I see them. And then the little coffee cup in the back. That's not bad. It's a decent day. We got the snowflakes. And the snowflakes, that was a lot of stitching. I should have done that on my own. I should have done that beforehand. I might have to go visit Miss Donna Murphy. Or Dr. Donna. Murphy's Corner. You know, it makes me so sad that it's so expensive. Like, I imagine there's people that, you know, what if something happens and you lose your job and then you can't afford your pet? I mean, that could happen to any of us, right? That would just be heartbreaking. That's one of the reasons I've been like, I don't know if we'll get pets again, because it's so expensive. Yeah, these mittens are adorable. this, all those little snowflakes, this one and this one. Now that I look at it, it doesn't look like that much, but this will be one, this is 3 different blocks. And then our pieced ones, those will probably be able to pop into, like, do all of those in one hooping. I don't know which hoop, and then all of the little filler blocks. So that is it, and this is cute. Look how adorable that is. I love stuff like this, that all they do is they change the direction of this stitching, and then you get this textured looking stitch out. So adorable. So thanks for joining me. I know we're not going until 4 o'clock. I'm so sorry. But I'll be back here next Monday. We'll get together next Monday and we'll work on this some more. I don't know if I'll have time during the week because we're going to be super busy. I'm going to be working on some other stuff. I'm off to the store. So have a great day. You guys be creative. Have fun. And I'll see you guys on Friday. Bye.